like an independent part of every contract, you know, so it's completely new concepts. And we are still using digital currency, cryptocurrency, virtual currency. There's so many terms around the world. And I think we have to start also basic from the proprietary right issues, from contractual issues, for the law and liability issues there also. But I'm very much interested in all these dynamics, you know.
Yes, absolutely. So it's really clearly you've got the regulatory developments that are happening. We've seen that, you know, as you mentioned, Mika, we're seeing also the ecosystem that is being developed here. But at the same time, is also looking at the basics, looking at the taxonomy, the definitional, you know, the definitional aspects of this new sector. And totally agree with you. I mean, it's very, very important to ensure that that all of that is in place in the right, you know, in the right spot. And what about you, Bilal? I mean, you know, I understand clearly that you are not a lawyer, but you're an expert. You've had so much experience in the financial sector. What are your thoughts about regulation, Web3, and you know, where the future is heading?
Yeah, just to re-emphasize this concept of Web3, which Jason, you touched upon, given that we are at the World of Web3 Summit, we can actually trace the origins of Web3, Web2 to where we are now. You know, Web 1, if we take it in that way, Web 1 was really the transmission of information. You go on your AOL or Internet Explorer browser and you're reading the news and you're reading things which are published by various entities. That we then stepped up to Web 2, where we saw the influx of user-created content. Facebook, Instagram, and also retail, the flow of goods through Amazon and eBay. And in our heads, I'm sure we can all chart this journey of the web evolution. We're at Web 3 now, where we have ownership of digital property and payment of digital property through digital assets, and crypto being one of the main gateways and railroads for that. Speaking more specifically about regulation, there is this discourse within the crypto community that regulation is bad, regulation should be avoided. We are a decentralized network and we want to keep things within ourselves and not allow governments and other entities to meddle and get involved. I take a different view to that. I think that regulation is a good thing. Regulation is allowing larger players to enter into the space at scale, such as banks and governments, which is undoubtedly going to increase the total user base of crypto and digital assets in general. Speaking personally, a lot of the institutional investors I speak to welcome regulation, and regulation is now allowing them to enter into this fantastic asset class for the first time.
Great, thank you. So the next question, clearly for all our panelists, is more to do with the challenges. I mean, as lawyers, clearly we need to analyze the pros and cons, and specifically the challenges that, you know, regulation may entail, specifically in this new evolution of the internet towards Web3. So perhaps, you know, Jason could give us some thoughts of challenges that he thinks need to be overcome in order to make the system more efficient and more certain from a legal perspective, and maybe ways to address it.
Yeah, I mean, I think this question has really been teed up perfectly, right? Which is to say that while full decentralization is the dream and maybe the goal and endpoint, I think what we're in for on the journey is a period where we see intermediation happen. And I think regulation is probably a critical precursor to that intermediary stage. So what I don't think we want to see as an endpoint is a state of the industry where we only look to recreate existing market structures, right? So we don't just want to put big banks into the chain of transaction for the sake of doing so. We may need to make the space safe for banks to transact in, and regulation will be required to do that. But the endpoint is not necessarily that. Just as an example, I don't know how many of us are old enough here to remember the early days of the internet, but you used to go into your corporate job and have something called the intranet. The intranet was a kind of walled garden version of the internet of completely limited utility. I don't wish the intranet on any of us again, but you could see an intermediate, digital asset version of that in the near term.
Indeed, interesting. What about you, Sakib? What are your thoughts on the challenges? What do you see as the challenges in your, in your practice, and what drives you crazy on a daily basis?
I think there are a number of things that the industry could change and grow with. I think there is a real space for regulation across the industry because, kind of unhinged, if we took the chains off Web3, DeFi, all of these amazing things that are happening, undoubtedly there would be incredible scale and growth. This thing would become a huge behemoth. But without that, we'd be struggling with the same issues that we have today, which is scams, fraud, illicit funds making their ways through these ecosystems as well, and whilst that's only a small percentage of the entire ecosystem, is wholly damaging from a perception stance and from overall adoption perspective. So once we fine-tune the regulatory balance without it becoming prohibitive or inhibitive of people joining and growing, it's going to provide that safeguard, that level of assurance that allows people to move and transition into this industry as we improve the interface as well, in tandem, more seamlessly. So I think it's striking that balance, ensuring that regulation is in line and in tune with what decentralization is. That's very important. But I think we'd really benefit from it as well. We need to provide more safeguards. I mean, there are a lot of crypto noobs, and excuse me for using the term, but a lot of crypto noobs who are joining this industry as well, and a lot of experiences for new people in the industry are, unfortunately, rug pulls, scams, copycat incidents, especially with NFTs and in the Metaverse as well. And that's just damaging for the environment. So as long as we start to build the proper safeguard and channels, we can see a convergence of two things. We'll see greater adoption from a retail perspective, which is so important, people joining with more confidence into the industry. But then, as mentioned by my co-panelists today, we can start to see TradFi capital starting to make its way in. Now, initially, that will be very slow, but there's a great desire. We speak with major traditional financial institutions, probably the top 5 around the world. They all have this inherent desire to join. They see the value, they see the yield, they see the opportunity, but they also see the negatives as well. And unfortunately, in this world where your hands are tied by regulation, it's very difficult to transition and start to move that capital in. And the way that it's happening today is we're using proxies and LPs, and that can become very convoluted to see your returns immediately. So once we fine-tune the regulatory balance, once we build that layer of assurance into the industry, we'll see major growth.
Thank you very much. And Baiba, what are your views on the challenges? What do you see as the main challenges?
I think the biggest challenge for lawmakers is to follow up the speed, how the industry is moving, so it's not like in old movies with the horses, you can try to catch the train. Today, industry is moving like a fast-speed train. But secondly, I would like to say also that it should be done very detailed inventory of the existing laws. And sometimes it says there's no regulation. I disagree. We are not living in a vacuum of regulations. There's still many rules of regulations, regulating like a contract law, copy law, industrial property, we have data protection, we can consumer law. There's already so many laws. And when we are thinking that something is missing, we really have to be very careful to see what is missing and what are the specifics we have to add. Not to, in order not to over-regulate or not to create additional conflicts of the different laws. And I think it's the challenge is also to how to talk, how the technology can come up together with the law and find the compromises, because sometimes law provides general theory of law, say if the contract is signed, it's binding, it's no way how you can terminate it. At the same time, there are some kind of exceptions when you can do it, but at the same time in smart contract it's impossible. You cannot terminate. It will always, there will be consequences you will be following. There's a small technical thing, but there's so many issues which needs some specific approach, coming up from the general theories. And this is a challenge.
Oh, understandable, yes. But hopefully challenges that all can be overcome. So, Bilal, what are your insights or thoughts on challenges in this sector?
My thoughts are that crypto is already very much self-regulating. In many ways, it is the ultimate self-regulating network. You have a completely decentralized network of nodes all around the world that are all incentivized to maintain the integrity and security of the network. There is no centralized authority or office or CEO of Bitcoin you can go and knock on his door and influence. Everyone is incentivized to maintain the network as it is. Having said that, regulation is coming. It's being written as we speak. We've seen in the last 7 days, regulation in this city has been announced, as well as in the US. I think the risk is that regulators are inherently behind the trend somewhat in this new technology, which is very much understandable. As they are catching up to where we are now, the technology will have moved 5 steps further forwards or 5 years further forwards. We are yet to see the wide-scale rollout of a CBDC, for example, a central bank digital currency, which is a form of stablecoin. Whereas within the crypto community, we are already self-voting and self-regulating away from certain stablecoins that have some risks towards other stablecoins which are perhaps more widely accepted, not to name any names in particular. So I think the risk is that there will be this continual game of catch-up where the regulators are trying to regulate something where it's not there anymore. It's all the way over here. And that can cause some big dislocations in the market, which is not good for anybody. So it's going to be very, very interesting to see how the regulators intend and execute their plans in a world where the traditional rails of finance and value sharing are changing. We've all seen the events of the last several weeks. There is definitely a financial element to that, which is very crucial to the global financial system. It's going to be very interesting to see how the regulators react to all of this in the coming years.
Thank you. I've got now some more kind of individual specialized questions for our speakers. So I'll start with Beba. So clearly we were touching upon earlier some of the legal issues pertaining to blockchain. It would be nice to hear your views on an insight on these particular issues, specifically in the context of private law, definition of digital assets, smart contract execution dynamics, and also how you see the blockchain and intellectual property, ecosystem evolving and the role of IP within blockchain. So just some high-level overview. I know these are very technical and detailed point. You could be talking for hours, but just for the benefit of the audience.
Yes, we can stay till 10. When it's closing, you can talk about the topic. As I mentioned, of course, the challenge is also how to see how the blockchain technology in practical execution, everything what we are doing, so it's based on a smart contract. It's still contract. And what is the notion of the smart contract? And I'm saying, and about also the how to balance this contract law, private law, with also need to protect consumers. So how we have to combine and ensure that within the blockchain there is a fair commercial practices. And if we see already now the regulators in different countries, like in Spain, UK, they banned some of the advertisement campaigns of the blockchain products. Why? Because they saw that the advertisements are misleading, they are aggressive. Also we think that there's not regulated, but still there are the rules about, which very specifically demands that advertisement have to be fair. You have to have a lot of disclosures for consumers, which are like weaker participant of the market. Still, we think it's a challenge also is in an industry that financial decisions passed by customers are based not on professional financial advisors. We are not going to smart bankers or whatever asking where shall we invest, but our decisions are based on effective and nice and influencers on Telegram groups, on TikToks, on Twitters. These are becoming in this industry financial advisors. Where shall we invest? it's good and bad again, you know, so we don't want to stop probably, but at the same time we have to remind that all the market makers, all the marketing people, all the influencers, they have to follow rules which are already existing in the market. And I think this is also, like, it's the same like for copyright, you know, so there is industrial like rights and copyrights, and there are regulations, especially challenge would be for NFTs and Metaverse, how to combine, how to respect the privacy, image protection, licensing of the NFTs and ownership right. There's a, you know, yes, as I'm told, you know, I don't want to take more time, but there's a lot of legal issues we can talk about.
Thank you very much. Now I've got a question for Jason. Clearly the, you know, US jurisdiction is leader, you know, and as also as a great hub for innovative technologies globally. So more specifically, I wanted to know, if possible, perhaps to give you your views with respect to the SEC versus Ripple lawsuit, or any congressional actions, or any activities of the US government. Like, what is the message that they're giving? Are they, you know, are they actually going to take a more lax approach? Are they going to, you know, really move back and really try to somehow hinder the sector? What do you think, you know, what do you think are going to be the consequences here?
Yeah, thank you for that question. I think what you're seeing in the United States today, and part of what you're seeing in the United States today, are enforcement actions, either actual or threatened. And I think that sort of thing is a byproduct or a consequence of not having clear boundaries for the industry or for the regulators. So we have incumbent regulators trying to stake out their claim to new asset classes. At the same time, we have industry pushing forward into new and creative and innovative ways of doing something, and that makes for a clash. Now, I think there are a couple of approaches to that, right? So this panel, I think most of us would agree that some form of regulation would be really great. I think there are others in the United States, and I'm sure around the world, who are more fearful that that regulation comes out wrong, or in a way that you know, impedes the growth of the industry. So I think we've actually seen some of that too in the United States. I think we just averted a disaster in MiCA, which had proposed to ban proof of work. So you know, so I think in that environment of fear of the government doing something more wrong than right, I think that's how you have to understand the reaction to the recent Biden administrative order, which was a great sigh of relief, right? Which is to say that, okay, we have a sign that the executive is taking interest and wants to regulate this asset class, but they haven't actually done anything. that would be too terrible. So I think that's how the order was interpreted in the States. The good news is, you know, within 180 days, we will have some hopefully concrete proposals for what to do, and that is certainly trending in the right direction.
Let's hope so, indeed. Absolutely. Sakib, the next question is for you, and specifically I'd be interested in hearing about your insight on Web3 in the context of decentralized finance, because I think there's something that you're looking at, as well as regulation. So what are your insight on it?
Absolutely. So it's a very interesting subject, DeFi and its growth, the amazing opportunities of DeFi that everyone is attracted to, both retail investors who've made a lot of money, lost a lot of money, unfortunately, in a lot of instances. But we're also attracting the likes of TradeFi. Major financial institutions are looking very closely at this, and to some degree it started to cannibalize some of the areas of focus in TradeFi, which is incredible, shows the amazing growth of this industry. But as I alluded to earlier, I think we need to equip DeFi with the checks and balances that are required to kind of bring these two industries together. Now, we often talk in this industry about financial revolution and freedom of exchange of tokens and free finance, but we have a very small market cap compared to traditional finance. Now, I think financial revolution should come with the merging of these two industries. You can only have real evolution in these processes when everybody can start to join and do this fairly. But of course, the prohibiting factor of all of this is regulation, understanding who these users within these environments are. So we're starting to see more instances of permission pools and subnets, which is very encouraging. I know that you guys are working on that. It's something that we're working on as well. So we've developed this amazing layer. It's a decentralized compliance layer that effectively allows individuals to get their wallets checked by a decentralized organization called the DLN, and that hosts some of the most major business, legal, and advisory firms from around the world, so the likes of the DLA Pipers and KPMGs. And this is very important. It's very key for us to start bringing in these major traditional institutions into this decentralized world so that we can start providing more on-chain provability of good, healthy ecosystems. And that's what we're all about. So we're all about bringing these two worlds together. And that's what we see the future growth of Web 3.0, almost Web 3.5, you will. That intermediary step to the next generation of evolution across this industry will be bringing everybody in so that we can move more closely in this decentralized finance ecosystem. So we're really leading charge when it comes to building decentralized compliance solutions, ensuring that we can have more validity, more regulatory approval, and ensuring that DeFi operators are insulated. Nobody wants to walk off stage today and get served a subpoena by a major regulator, because that just inhibits the growth. It creates more scaremongering across the industry about regulatory closure, which is not good. So we're providing that layer of insulation that protects DeFi operators, shows that we're actually growing this industry in a sustainable manner and a healthy manner as well. That's very important. So we're leading charge on that. We're super excited about the products that we have. And really about bringing more of a close relationship between DeFi operators themselves with the traditional legal, business, and advisory firms through a decentralized platform, and also bringing the regulators in so that they can see what's happening and they can prove that it's not shadowy supercoders who are responsible for, about $1 trillion worth of TVL per year, but actually this is a healthy financial and economic system that has shown great innovation.
Thank you very much. That was very, very interesting. Bilal, my question for you now is kind of more from the perspective of you being an established and successful businessman. So what are your recommendations, in terms of legal hubs? Because presumably when you started off your business operations in the crypto field, you must have been looking at the different hubs around the world and which were the most, let's say, appealing jurisdictions. So any recommendations, from your personal perspective for the audience, anybody who wants to, start this type of businesses and where would be perhaps a suitable ecosystem?
I'm going to answer that very quickly because this engaging discussion has actually taken us over time with a one-word answer: Dubai.
Great, great. And just, that to wrap it up, I just wanted to hear your thoughts about the new virtual assets law that, has been recently announced. And how do you think that, will make Dubai even more impactful in the sector and competitive around the globe? Whether it covers exchanges, DeFi, I don't know if you had the chance to look at it. It's a relatively new development, but just a couple of minutes from all of you on this.
Yeah, I mean, this city has been very forward-thinking in a number of ways. Digital assets is obviously the frontier in the future of financial services and value transmission. It makes absolute sense that this city has been one of the trailblazers around the world in terms of drafting legislation in light of that. We're sitting here in a room full of so many different nationalities. We are witnessing the end of Expo, where businesses and thought leaders from around the world are converging on this city. It does not surprise me at all that Dubai has been one of the trailblazers in this light, and long may it continue.
Great. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you very much for a distinguished panel. We have to cut it short, I'm sorry, because we have our next panel coming up.
Thank you so much for all our panelists. Give them a big clap. Thank you very much.
Yeah, we'll speak shortly. Well done. Apologies for that. If you see, we're actually overrun by 8 minutes. I know. Thank you. very excellent panel. I'm sure you'll agree. We actually, got so caught up in our conversation that we slightly overran. Please, if anyone has any further questions for any of the panelists, please come out and find them on the terrace or in the breakout area. I'd like to introduce our next speaker to the stage, a chap you heard from earlier.
Thank you so much, Miguel Francis Santiago. Pleasure meeting you.
You're on until 6?
Yeah, they changed it.
Okay, so 6.
Hey everyone, Miguel Francis Santiago of the Future Is Now Media Group here, and I'd like to welcome you to another inning of the discussion about the importance of creating an image for the future. We're a boutique media and consulting firm that's been doing this for 5 years, scaling Bitcoin's disruption across the world with our flagship product called The Future Is Now Film. And really, it came to me at a time in 2017 when I got my first little bit of Bitcoin, and then I realized what I could do with it, and that is essentially create my own way to shape the narrative for an industry that was getting tanked with FUD. Jamie Dimon, Warren Buffett, I mean, all of them were making, back then, almost 5 years ago, everyone afraid of this, of what this city, all of you, and the rest of us are creating today here, which is truly decentralization. And we became a full-circle image and consultancy in the process as we started creating images, public relation campaigns, and intricate guerrilla marketing campaigns for our clients and partners all over the world. And it started with cinematic branding. I think emotions and feelings are the connecting tools of language that allow people to trust, to get inspired, to get excited about innovation, disruption, and truly decentralization. Reaching the hearts and minds became possible by creating editorial marketing and getting into publications like Entrepreneur, Hacker Noon, Market Watch, Reuters, and just recently we got an okay from the New York Times. It's our first, this particular episode that we're creating here, hopefully will be in NYT, which is going to be a huge milestone for us as a PR company because we want the world to know that there's this place called Dubai, that there are all these wonderful decentralized futurists from all over the world that come together under the flag of decentralization. Our team consists of myself, our CTO out of Austin, Texas, Vlad, and Kathy Aronson. Some of you may know her. She's a local here in Dubai. We recently formed a DAO, which allows our clients and partners and our network of futurists to connect with each other from all of these events that we've scaled, created imagery for, and really created lasting, sizzling memories. With some of our friends and family, such as Brock Pierce, Tim Draper, who I knew for 11 years now, Miko and John, who's no longer with us, unfortunately. But it all started with Larry King back in 2018 in Toronto, where he said, war is dumb, and what we need is this particular technology to focus on. If you watch the full episode, you'll see more of this quote, to get away from concepts like war, from concepts like conflict, from concepts that are created by greed, scarcity, and centralization. And why should someone no different than you and I be in control of your destiny? I think that's the reason why we're all here for. We're here to truly be empowered by having full control of the one thing that we have. It is our time and value that we've put in to earn what we call money. Vicente Fox Quesada, the former president of Mexico, said to me once, if I knew about this technology back then, I'd fire half the government of Mexico because they're undereducated and underqualified to do the job of governance. Mark Buckley, the former SDG advocate, actually the current SDG advocate of UN and the World Economic Forum, who believes that it is decentralization that will take us into sustainable development goals and allow us to truly reach the new carbon footprint set by the locus of control, the World Economic Forum. William Soriano is a great example of how they're showing this system that if you do something like the Bitcoin city, you're going to get targeted by the IMF. But you have to prevail, you have to pursue, because once the use case is ready, once the Bitcoin city comes to life, once El Salvador truly shows what it meant, with creating a portion of its treasury in being counted in Bitcoin, that's going to be a great use case for the rest of the world. Justin's son, who we had here earlier today, I don't know if you missed the live link that we had with him at 3:30 p.m. He joined us. By the way, the episode with Justin comes out tonight on our channel. Check it out. We will have 3 types of nations in the future that will use CBDCs, the good old fiat dollar, and, of course, go all into decentralized cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin. And he's a part of that, as he recently became an ambassador to Grenada, the ambassador to WTO, on behalf of Grenada. And his whole goal is to help Caribbean nations scale that possibility. Eric Salvan, Firefly, Texas, they bought a Falcon X from Elon, one of our clients as well. Amazing company that's taking things to space for private companies. And just talking about with people that are taking things to space has been an amazing experience with him. And he feels that the new space industry can be done side by side with the crypto industry. Let's decentralize space as we decentralize money. Brian Talaby, a good friend of Richard Branson, who holds his digital guardians at the Necker Island, with an amazing company called Ahura AI that actually scales people's capacity to learn and to be educated and to use the capital that is many times misused because people do not get the proper education. People do not have access to the proper tools that AI can bring to actually, in a way of almost a metaverse type of education, scale that concept and get people there. Crystal Rose Pierce of SenseChat believes that we're on a slippery slope now. The digital passports and the concepts of these max vaccinations, you know, are they enabling technology to enable freedom, or are they disabling technology? You know, Akon, right? The old leaders have to understand that they cannot stop this because the new leaders will come in and the old ones will die off anyway. Of course, Sufi Saliba said that nobody asked email whether it's good or not. Email just came and said, hey, I'm better, I'm faster than you, snail mail, and email came. This is the same thing we're experiencing with this technology called decentralization and disruption. Now, Guy Kawasaki, the evangelist of the Macintosh computer, the guy who evangelized the first Mac with Steve Jobs, does not believe so. He doesn't see it that way, but hey, we're here to learn, and hopefully he will join us very soon. And of course, John McAfee, who says, if we can't leave a better world for our children, then what are we doing here? And I feel that's really the cusp of it all. Miko Mutsumura believes that the governments are measuring the trust in Bitcoin. They don't trust themselves. And that's why they're slowly getting into this. That's why the institutionals are coming in and they're allocating this capital. Now, this doesn't go the same for this place. This place is amazing. It allows this creativity and enablement because it doesn't regulate 2 guys and a dog in a garage building this technology. And that's exactly what Tim Draper, our good friend, believes. You cannot over-regulate this industry. You cannot stifle innovation. And the amazing women in blockchain that are coming into this, I see so many women joining this industry over the last 5 years. It's amazing. So big ups on that. That's what we need. Michael Turpin said 24 years ago, Newsweek said the internet will not work, but it passed all the propaganda against it, and it made it work. So with that, I will leave you to why are you playing this game? Why are you here? Great concepts by Brock Pierce. You have to ask yourself, are you here to make a quick buck, or are you here to truly change the future? Well, with one of our flagship products called The Future Is Now Film, we hope to inspire and enable people to learn and get excited about this particular industry. And I will leave you with a little teaser of what we've done over the last 5 years. Please enjoy The Future Is Now Film. I'm Miguel Francis Santiago, and let's change the world together because we only have the now moment. This is the future. The future is now. Thank you.
Why are you here? Why are we here?
If we can't give to our children and grandchildren a better world, then what the fuck have we done with our lives?
Why do you play the game? How are you measuring or scoring yourself in this game? Because to some degree it is choose your own adventure. I choose impact.
For the last 5 years, we've been traveling the decentralized world.
When evolution happens, you can't stop it. You just have to honestly watch it. If you get involved, you're going to get in the way and you're going to get rolled over.
The decentralized world is definitely coming. And there is, of course, a blowback where the centralized governments are going, wait, we don't want, we don't want to lose our power.
We have spoken to countless futurists whose goal is simple: fix the money, fix the world.
What is a Bitcoin City? No taxes on capital gains, no taxes on property, no taxes on payroll.
Bitcoin is the new guillotine, and the network is the new reign of terror. And if you don't, on the right side of history, you're going to find yourself without a head.
Welcome to The Future Is Now Film, the first documentary film series on Bitcoin's disruption across the world.
We have a massive opportunity right now. The past year has proven that a lot of the systems that we've relied on for a lot of our lives are not as resilient as we've been led to think.
Aligning the future. The question is, what does it take?
Warren Buffett, Jeff Bezos, they are our allies if we would really want to reach the mass adoption.
If you have something that the people want and the entrepreneurs want, and it's a better solution, eventually it wins, no matter who's against it.
This is our chance to impact the world and expand our community together through cinema, emotions, and perseverance. We have a chance to aid our planet in the moment of dire need.
This idea of mass vaccination and, passports, digital passports that relate to it, they're sort of a double-edged sword.
What's more important than living together on the planet? Why the hell do we have war? War is dumb.
There is no tomorrow, no yesterday. There is only now, this moment. This is the future. The future is now. Join our DAO at thefutureisnow.community and become a part of the movement by supporting The Future Is Now film, the first cinematic NFT documenting Bitcoin's progress across our planet. And now, together, make a wish towards the future.
Give love to think of everything that you want to do that is not for yourself, but for the world around you. I wish for your wishes to come true.
That's a very, very powerful video. And I have to say, reminds me very much of why I, and I'm sure everybody else, got involved in blockchain and crypto, because you are really making a difference to the development and the enhancement of the world around us. Compared to trading traditional financial assets, which don't really make a difference to people's lives, only a select few, this is something which is super, super impactful, as we heard from several of the very known people on the video. So our next speaker is Amir Roberto. He's the co-founder of Sino-Fi Group. He's going to be speaking about something really, really interesting and important: the Chinese trends in VC and blockchain investing. Amir.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Well, after this commercial, I feel very useless, and I don't know how to start. For the past 2 days, I have spoken with scores of people, and I thought talking about trends, showing the graph, would it make sense? Everybody would get tired. And I radically changed my entire presentation. Instead, what I'm going to talk about, how living in China, I was able to make my first $1 million, and onwards, I was able to access and help other companies to access more than $100 million. And I had a journey, and I want to share with you one of the important jokes that happened to be truth. When we were young, we used to buy stuff which had a label, made in China. But when I came to China, that was so true. And I came with this kind of quote that God created the world and everything else is or was or will be made in China. That's the kind of interesting rhetoric. How many of you in the audience have been to China, lived in China, or worked in China? Would you please raise your hands? Not that many, but still. So nobody can technically ignore China's presence from business standpoint, political standpoint, in any form or shape. In less than 30 years, you see these companies, and Chinese companies in less than 30 years are able to compete directly with American companies. I'm not going to specifically focus on blockchain or crypto right now. I'm going to focus on the infrastructure first. So all this happened in less than 30 years, and there's the reason behind. So China is the first country that was able to develop its infrastructure. Instead of importing, China is exporting its products. Baidu, Alibaba, TikTok, you name it. And this is just the beginning. So during my 5.5 years of stay in China, there are key lessons that I believe will be important to you for several reasons. Reason number one, those of you who are looking to raise capital, you're not in position to go to China, tell them that you need money, and ask for money. China 20 years ago was a bit different. Now it's different. They demand or expect you to understand their culture. They expect you to speak Chinese. And speaking Chinese is not a cool thing anymore. It's just like English language. And English language for me is not my native language. It's my third language. And Chinese is my fifth language. So there are several lessons that I learned. And the first lesson is called guanxi, which is Chinese word, which means connection. The first lesson that I learned, it's not about what you know. It's about who you know. In China, it's all about connections where you know the key person. You deserve the respect. It takes time. And the first rule, if you want to succeed in China in any form or shape, it's not about money. It's about having the right partner that will show you how to navigate the entire future. The second one, it's an interesting concept about business cards, and why do I pay so much attention? Giving the business card or the attitude that you give with, it's a game changer. It's not the name card that you give in the way you give it to others in here or in the West. In China, the way you give the business cards, it shows the attitude towards the person. Who has a name card with yourself right here? Anybody on the row front? Can I get your name card? Give me your name card and show me how you'd give me. Let's get the girl. Next time we will. Please. Oh, yes, he knows it. He knows it. So the way you give the name card in China is not this. To show the respect to anybody who you're dealing with, after you establish the first contact, this is how you give the name card. And it's a sign of respect. Some people take it for granted, but I assure you, if you happen to meet a Chinese person, there are Chinese people that I have met. If you go to China or deal with Chinese overseas, this is how you give the name card, and that's the sign of respect. You instantly get the recognition. Drinking ceremony. I'll give it back to you after the call. So drinking ceremony, the third important aspect to consider. So there's tea drinking ceremony, and there's an alcohol drinking ceremony. In tea drinking ceremony, this is what we call the dating period when you're dealing with Chinese investors, Chinese partners. So whenever they provide the tea ceremony, that's the element of dating. At the same time, this is the moment when they want to get to know you. So always have tea, be patient, and never say no. I'm going to come back to the no point very shortly. Gift giving. So tea ceremony is the progression to get to know you. It takes time to understand who you are as a foreigner, the way we call lao wise. It's the moment when they want to identify what is your purpose, what is the interest, how much time you're going to hang out with them, and why it matters for them to be with you in any form or shape, be it in a business or relationship. So gift giving after business cards, after getting to know you, is the next step to progress the relationship. And the gift giving, there are several aspects. The first, it's about a color. The red color is one of the most famous and probably well respected. Starting with the flag, those who have been to China, you already know the red color is all over. So preferably use the red color when you use the gift, and when gift giving, it's also just like a name card, a special respect. So the big deals. So the big deals, including my experience, they don't happen in the office. They don't happen in conference room. They always happen in the bar or karaoke clubs. And one of the important lessons, whenever you meet Chinese partners or investors in a meeting room, That's the beginning of getting to know you after drinking ceremony, after your business card. But in the club, in the karaoke club, that's the moment when you're tested. There is the thing called baijiu, and baijiu is the Chinese alcohol. After tea drinking ceremony, the next progression in the evening is the moment when you start drinking, and drinking heavily. If you don't drink, chances are very high, they will not be happy with you. Those who are heavy drinkers, that's a good job. Those who are not, if you want to deal with Chinese investors, you will have to get used to them. So remember important thing, the best deals, including myself, that I have ever closed were also in the bar. Patience. The first word that I learned, or principle that I stick with in China is patience. And probably this is the key statement, be prepared for a long, small talks. The purpose of which, tea, gift giving, name card, a moment to get to know you, the moment to get to know your nature is the idea to figure out if you have enough patience to get to know them, if you have enough patience to figure out how they think, if you have enough patience to learn the culture and their language. And having the patience will take you long-term to work with the Chinese partners successfully. Never get down to business immediately. It will never work. Never rush things. And the patience in China, one of the most important elements to consider whenever you are dealing with Chinese investors. Probably this is one of the important words, no. Never say never and never say no. When you say no to anything in China, it's insult. Somebody offers you smoke, you say no, it's insulting. Somebody offers you tea, you say no, it's insulting. Somebody offers you anything, you say no, it's insulting. So when dealing with Chinese, they use word maybe. And one of my favorite experiences, whenever I said, are you okay, they would say maybe, not to use the word no. So the next one, an important lesson that I learned, do not use word no when dealing with Chinese partners or Chinese investors. These are the taboo topics that I think you should avoid when you are in China and when you are hanging out with Chinese people. Always avoid politics, president, or anything alike. It's an extremely sensitive issue. Several examples that I think would be extremely important when you are in China. Always take time to learn their culture. Always figure out what they think. It takes patience when dealing with them. And most importantly, if you have any question, those who are looking for capital, we're here to invest into companies. And those who are interested to get into the Chinese or Japanese or Korean market, we're here for you to help. And thank you very much for your attention. And MC, thank you so much for having me. I'll be yours for further questions. Thank you so much.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Amu, for that wonderful presentation. Our next keynote speaker is going to be speaking about mining, crypto mining, and importantly, in this ESG-minded world, mining and renewables. So I'd like to welcome to the stage Mikhail Didi Budelzi. Big hand for him, come on.
Hi guys, today I will be speaking about the renewable energy, use of renewable energy for the mining purposes. Briefly about me, so I have started the mining company 5 years ago, and then I have combined this business with the renewable energy company that I have found 3 years ago, and mostly this was because of the 2018-2017 years, when everybody remembers that there was a big problem with the electricity cost versus the generation of the Bitcoin from the miners. So we try to hedge our risks and combine these two businesses together. So the question is, what's your plan to fight inflation? My answer is the mining Bitcoin using the renewable energy. Of course, hedging the risks and creating the different sources of the energy from the renewable for the renewable sources. So I will be showing some cases based on the real story, I mean, based on my experience. So these are some statistics. In total, Bitcoin mining consumes around 116 terawatt hours of electricity. That equals the equals the consumption of the Finland. And for the total Bitcoin mining, we are using around 40% of the renewable sources. If we compare to the traditional business, it's like numbers are double. You can check from the slides something. And here is let's say, one of the cases that we are applying in one of the neighbor countries. I will not, I'm not selling anything. I'm just talking about the experience. So what we did is that we have created the hydropower plant, and we have combined, let's say, the business model is based on the Bitcoin generation and the construction of hydropower plant using the, let's say, fiat money that are borrowed from the banks. And this is let's say, more or less how our business plan works. If we take the situation on the existing market, more or less, what are the expenses for to create the 1 megawatt of hydropower plant? This is what is the generation of the electricity per year, and the equipment cost. So in this model, also considering the mining difficulty that is rising every year, anyway, the ROI is around 2 years. Especially if you create the hydropower plant off-grid, it will reduce the costs for the project development. I will be comparing the hydropower plants and solar energy. I mean, what are the advantages and disadvantages? Of course, the advantage of creating mining facility on the hydropower plant is that you generate much more energy than from the solar, but you have some risks, and there is let's say, a long bureaucracy, because you need to do many studies before taking this construction on, launching the construction. So like feasibility studies, technical analysis, like different documents that you need to provide. And also the construction period is, of course, longer than for the solar energy. We're mostly concentrated on the solar energy currently. So it's like the main investment is in the beginning. That if you are constructing something small, around 500 kilowatts, then in many countries you can apply for the net metering. So therefore, you can send the generated energy to the grid and substitute the, let's say, and nullify the consumption. This is like the real case also from one of our solar plant. So in case of the solar plant, your ROI is around 4 years, 3 years and a half. But the difference is the preliminary works, because it takes for us, it takes like 3 months to create a solar facility. And for the hydropower plant, it takes around 1 year and a half. Here is the slide about the net metering. So in the countries where the electricity cost is the high, and the regulatory provides the opportunity to connect your plant with the net metering, this model works very well, because you can consider a PPA, power purchase agreement, as the same as you get from the electricity distributor. Yeah, it's a small, brief presentation to give you some ideas how we are now hedging our risks in the mining, and yeah, that's all. Thank you. I was asked also to announce that in the evening there will be some after party with the DJ, and please do not leave.
to the guys. No worries. Well, we're going to continue our discussion around mining, which is a very pivotal and crucial aspect of the digital assets ecosystem. We're going to be joined by the Regional Manager Middle East for Bitmain, one of the leading crypto miner producers, Mr. Ahmed Ibrahim.
Hello everyone, my name is Ahmed Ibrahim. I am a regional manager for Bitmain in the Middle East. Today we are going to talk about the hydro cooling machines and the development and the revolution about how Bitmain developed the hydro cooling machines starting from 2018 till now 2021 and different models and different machines. Okay, while they are preparing for the presentation, so let's speak about the main problem facing any miner around the world. Okay. So the main problem facing anyone around the world doing mining is the operation environment and how to keep the optimal operation environment for the miners to provide the optimal output. So basically, if you are failed to provide the optimal environment or optimal operation environment to the miners from temperatures, from operation parties, you are going to facing high rates of breakdown. And maybe the machines are not going to provide the optimal output. So Bitmain Research and Development Department was working on developing some solution to solve the operation environment problem. Yes, it's working. Yeah, it's working. I believe so. Okay. Okay, it's working now. So basically, we started this journey from 2018, introducing our S9 Hydro with our first generation of containers. The container basically is built up to provide the optimal operation environment for the miners. It keeps the temperature inside the container in a level that provide the optimal output. So we started. As we see, we started with S9 Hydro. It was the first production or mass production for the hydro machines. And then we faced some problem with the S9, which is that the cooling system was not easy enough. The operation was not flexible enough, and we have a high cost of water cooling. So we solved some of these problems with S9K, but still we have the power supply problem, which is not flexible, and it weighs 25 kg for one machine, which is more than it should take. And then we introduced in 2021, last year, the S19 Pro Hydro and the S19 Hydro, which is by far our best hydro machines from sales perspective and from operation perspective. And today we are announcing that Bitmain are providing the S19 XP Hydro, which is the new machines that just released a few days ago. The S19 XP are providing 255 terahash, which is higher than any air cooling machines. Approximately air cooling machines is around 110 to 140 with a low power consumption, which is 21.5 JT. And then we have two perspectives. The first perspective from miners and the development of the miners from 2018 S9 Hydro to 2022 S19 XP. And then we have another journey, which is the container itself. The container should be convenient and easy for installation and like easy to operate it and easy to maintain it. So basically, we started with our first generation of containers in 2018, and the problem with this container was that the space was very tight and the installation takes a long of time. So then we improved our production to the second generation of our containers, but we figured out that the cooling solution was not good enough for high temperature areas. So we started to develop, and then we developed the third generation of the containers. It was last year, but this container was only for the Chinese market. It was not for export, and we don't have any certificate to export it. And then this year we introduced our Space Hk3, which is our last production. Space Hk3 basically is working under any conditions from -30 to 50 degrees, and can hold up to 210 miners with a total hash power of 51 petahash. We dramatically reduced the noise because the noise was a main issue for us. Because a lot of customers was complaining about the noise, and they put their machines in an area which cannot be very noisy. So this machine, and we are going to have a video after the presentation, so you can also hear the machines. And the container also came with a cooling tower. So basically, you have the container. Inside the container, you have the miners, and then you have a cooling tower beside the container. Basically, the cooling tower main advantage is that they cool down the miners inside through a water cooling, and then the hot water go to the cooling tower to cool it down, and then go again inside the container. It's a closed loop. So cooling down the water and then go inside the container again. The advantage is that the setup is very simple, and you can, by a very small adjustment, you can, for example, have a heat exchange solution that you can provide heat to homes. Like we have clients in Finland, in Norway, Sweden. They use this to provide heat to homes, basically. And here, as you can see, if anyone here in the mining industry, you can see that the mining output is very stable and the hash power is very stable. If you are doing a air cooling mining, you can see that this graph is going up and down according to the operation environment. But here, because the container is maintaining a certain operation environment and a certain temperature inside the container, so it's very stable, and the failure rate is very low. So you don't have to build up any mining farm. You just plug and play solution. The container is plug and play solution with a very low failure rate. So as of today, we have the water cooling solution is running in US, in Texas, Washington, and South Carolina. We have in Norway, in Thailand, Laos, Indonesia, and UAE. So basically, you can see that from Norway to UAE, the difference in the temperature is very is very high, and it's very obvious. You can run it from minus 30 to 50 degrees. And basically, the main advantage is that you don't have to do any construction, mining farm construction, very complex or complicated designs with the cooling, air cooling. You just get the container, plug it, start mining. Thank you so much. And we are going to play a video, are going to explain more about the mechanism of the water cooling miners. And you can see the noise inside the miners. Basically, it's come from the water pump, not from the miners. Thank you so much.
Hi there. Now we are exploring the interior of Space Hk3. Inside there are 2 racks that organize and house the miners. Space Hk3 has a rack capacity of up to 210 Antminer hydrocooling units. The miners can be easily accessed and managed for repairs or updates. If you look closely, you can notice the tubing from where the coolants pass through. They are color-coded to indicate the temperature of liquids passing. The blue label indicates the cooled coolant is flowing in, and the red labeling indicates that the heated coolant is flowing out. The heated coolant will circulate and will be cooled through the cooling process. Behind here, we have a few modules that manage the system. This is the coolant distribution unit, which pumps liquid across the entire container. This is an expansion tank, which protects closed water systems from excessive pressure. This is a coolant reserves tank, which maintains coolant levels across the entire container. This is the central control cabinet. This cabinet houses the various sensor control systems. You can monitor and inspect other systems seeing the water temperature or water pressure. This is the power distribution cabinet, which provides power supply and redistribution of electrical energy. It provides protection against the overload and short-circuit currents, keeping miners safe. The cooling process starts as a cooled coolant enters the miners. It effectively transfers the heat, maintaining and cooling operations. The coolant then makes its way across a piping system, flowing to the cooling tower. As mentioned previously, the cooling tower would then cool the coolant through the spray and air cooling method, dissipating the heat of the coolant back to a temperature of 35 degrees Celsius.
The sound of Space Hk3 and hydrocooling miners running together. If you hear them from here, most of the sound is coming from the coolant management system. Now let's go back to the front. If you notice here, I don't know if you can hear this, but there's little to no sound coming from the miners. Only the sound of flowing water, which sounds really nice.
Okay, we're going to switch gears slightly now, away from crypto mining towards something slightly different. Crypto, particularly Bitcoin, is known as one of the world's preeminent stores of value. It's becoming a worldwide accepted method of storing value, similar to gold and other precious metals previous to that. So we're going to now hear from a metals and mining expert, Oleg, who's going to discuss all about this world.
One, two.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everybody.
Thank you for the opportunity to talk with you, actually. First of all, I would like to apologize that my time is a little bit different, and some people who came here to listen me will not see me 9:30, but nevertheless, I have to support my colleague here, and that is why my time is now. Again, thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to talk with you. I am the one who created the company and trying to avoid banking system to transfer gold, silver, and other precious metals all over the world. Probably you know that all the banks have a very, very strict limit in the different countries, and all the bank systems are equalized precious metals as a cash. That means you are not allowed to withdraw from your bank card more than $250,000 per year, and that means if your religion is the precious metals, that means physical metals for you are not available if you want to withdraw these physical metals from the bank. That means we were trying to build some system to avoid this bank regulation. I will try to start my presentation now. Excuse me? It doesn't work. Something wrong. Okay, anyway. I'm the founder and CEO of the company Swift Global Ltd, which located in Cyprus and in Dubai. What we've done, we built strong rooms specialized for precious metals, diamond, and physical cash. We have capability to cover all these precious metals with international worldwide insurance company for the full amount, and we are capable to move physical precious metals between our branches in Dubai, in Limassol, which is Cyprus, between London, between Singapore and Switzerland. So the company called Swift Global Limited, and we offer some kind of service which could equalize in different countries condition. Because in different countries, conditions for the taxation are different. What does it mean? For instance, here in Dubai, silver and gold are not subject for the VAT, but coins are. You have to pay 5% when you bring these coins here, or you have to pay 5% taxation when you're trying to move it from Dubai. Also in Europe, silver is the subject for VAT, and some kind of gold are subject for VAT if it's not 24 carats. What we've done, we put in different places, different storage under the insurance of Deloitte, and we offer such kind of service which calls precious metal storage. And we provide such kind of service for everybody who could pass KYC. And of course, we must provide service to buy gold, to buy back the gold, silver, diamonds, platinum, palladium, and all this stuff. So here we have our storage in Dubai Free Zone, just in front of Terminal 2, Dubai Airport. If you want to have your gold, which you just put here in London or in Cyprus, we could move these assets as our own with a special contract with you. That means you have no any problem to move these assets through the border. That means we provide also logistic access, and of course most of companies who provide such service in Europe, they don't trust for the quality of the goods, for the quality of the bricks, let's say. And we do have our equipment to check the pureness of the gold without melting it, and it's very good. So we start our client from the amount $125,000. We are capable to keep cash, and it's absolutely allowed. And it's a unique situation because if you do have some cash, no bank would work with you to storage one. And also I have to mention some very, very important Polychanel question. In the bank safe, which usually have 2 keys, none of the banks could provide you insurance covering. That means if you come to your bank safe and instead of 20 kilograms of gold, you can see there nothing, you have nobody to complain because it's not covered, because it's not checked by the bank, actually. And that is why you are under the risk to lose everything. They are not responsible for any content of your bank safe. So here and in Cyprus, we built very special strong room, which have special requirement for the insurance company. And we have here J10 standard. Now we even provide J12 standards, which cover up to $250 million insurance quantity. And one more thing I would like to mention about 3 pairs of eyes technology. That means not only client or company who provide this service are participating to put something inside of the box, but also somebody who represent interest of the insurance company. This is the critical things. So the interesting fact which I can state that even insurance company don't know your name. We just show the number of the contract of our client and the quantity, and we say what is inside, but insurance company have no idea about your name. That means the confidentiality of this story is absolute. So we use outsourcing authorized company to make a KYC for our client. Of course, we do sell the gold for the cryptocurrency, not for the fiat currency. And so one more thing I would like to add, that probably you've heard about condition of Basel III, which probably in 2023 or 2024 will equalize investment gold with a silver and a platinum. That means silver, platinum, and palladium will have the same turnover capability as a gold, as an investment gold right now. That means for some people it might be very, very interesting, and we have alternative, let's say, physical currency all over the world. Actually, that's what I thought about Basel. And for sure, we expect in all the time when the ideal storm appear, we expect rising up of physical gold, silver. And actually, right now, we can see how it's rising. As far as we can supply our client gold, silver, and other metals directly from the refinery, we don't have any banks inside of us, and that is why the premium is rather low. So here you can see our location, our website, and if somebody will have any question, I would like to answer. I would be happy. If not, I'm somewhere here and ready to answer to your question privately. Thank you very much.
Possibilities up in the air. I know you ain't just gonna stare. Being things you never imagine, the possibilities up in the air. I know you ain't just gonna stare. Being things you never imagine, the possibilities.
Well, thank you, Oleg, for that discussion regarding metals and mining. We now have our next panelist, or our next speaker getting ready. We have Konstantin Vashchegka, who's going to be joining us on stage right now. A round of applause for him, please.
Being things you never imagine, the possibilities up in the air. I know you ain't just gonna stare. Being things you never imagine, the possibilities up in the
Check, check. You hear me guys well? Hi, everyone. So we're going to start with the video about farming, because some of you have probably already forgot what farming is, farming in DeFi in particular. And I'm here to prove that it's still alive and it's still gaining popularity, gaining traction. And I'm going to tell you a bit about how it works from a technical standpoint and from economical standpoint. So, what is farming? Let me start with the background story of our team. First of all, we have been involved in crypto industry back since 2017. We've seen the rise of IDOs, launched a couple of successful startups. But starting from the advent of the DeFi summer of 2020, we got all heads up to the farming. We found ourselves, we with our partners, and we were pretty successful at that because we had this perfect mix of skills and advantages that we raised throughout the years before in our experience in blockchain and crypto trading, in long-term investment. And we loved it, and everybody loved it, because back then, yield farming was actually a wild west. You didn't have any tool where you could trust, that you could be sure that the digits you were looking at on the screen are even like proper, accurate, or are they just drawn in pixels on the screen by the creators and the founders of this project to actually just lure you in to make you invest money in their coins. And the truth be said, at those times, the market actually mercied this recklessness, this lack of analysis, lack of preparation, because there was just too much hype over DeFi in general. There was a lot of liquidity flowing into DeFi markets, flowing into basically all audited, reliable farming pools. But I'm going to tell you that today's market is not going to mercy you that. In today's market, if you're just going to try to shoot from the hip and just farm the tokens that you feel like are going to grow, or the APIs that you trust, it's not much different from playing a casino at a roulette or something. And so today I'm going to remind you a bit about how farming works. because most of you have probably tried farming in some forms, mostly, I guess, in reliable stablecoin pools on large platforms and exchanges like Binance or Compound. Some of you may have probably tried farming in high-risk stuff like algorithmic stablecoins, which are very popular today. But for most of you, I'm sure that your knowledge about farming actually gets limited with those stuff. But there is still a growing, ever-growing traction and interest of crypto community to the farming, and you can't blame them for that, because even though it's high-risky, it also potentially reaps higher profits, way higher than, for example, just holding the Bitcoin or conventional crypto trading. But if approached prudently, of course, you can minimize those risks. And what the products offer, the products that we created, is minimizing the risk in this high-risk activity of farming. So let us first remind you what farming is and how it works. Farming is the mechanism of initial token distribution of a project's reward tokens to liquidity providers. For example, you set up a new project, you want it to be traded on DEX, on Decentralized exchange, but if there is too little of liquidity within this trading pair, each like $1,000 purchase or sell order is going to either dump or pump your coins, and no significant investors will ever trust you because it's not yet well established. And so here is the situation where a win-win potential partnership between the farmers and the project founders is really comes into place, because projects need liquidity. And how can they attract this liquidity? They can only attract this liquidity by offering high APIs, high profitability rates, and they are there. You can always see them. For example, if you go to What's to Farm, this is our website, by the way, which derives data directly from the blockchains and allows users to compare the profitability in the United States dollars of different pools. You will see those 5 digits APIs, for example, tens of thousands of percentage per year. But you should realize that it's only for now. It's ever going to change. And however, if approached correctly and entered at the correct time and then left when the correct time, you can actually reap very high profit. You make access within days, if not hours. So what are other ways of token distributions overall apart from farming? So you can either sell a token in P2P or ICO or IDO, etc. But of course, there are mostly legislative risks. And with ICOs and IDOs, when you get sold a token, you basically just watch the advertisements, you see the marketing materials, and that's the only thing you can base your analysis upon. You can't check the smart contracts of the token because they are either not renounced or they are not even there. Sometimes exchanges sell tokens without them even existing on the blockchain because they didn't really need to. They can create the token itself later on. And there's the other way of selling your tokens. It's the airdrops, giveaways, but it's not even selling. It's more like distributing those tokens for free to the community at a particular filters, for example. But of course, there is very little value in that, because they're most often they are just sold right away, they don't carry much value, etc. So those two are all the ways of selling tokens and distributing them with disadvantages. So the community came up with the idea of farming by means of which the project can distribute the tokens to the people who are ready to provide the liquidity to the trading pair. And this is a real win-win. We love it. A lot of people loved it. And farming in some form is still very popular, even when you see the Binance, the Binance pool passive income is basically just a form of farming, but very low risk due to the exponentially high and big amounts of liquidity provided in this pair on Binance. Farming myth, which need to be busted. Tokens have no value. This is not true. Tokens do have value because they are traded on DEXs right away, right after the farming starts, and they always have the liquidity almost every time is provided initially by the founders, by the investors of the project, and then it gets ramped up and increasing stage by stage by the community. So it's always liquid. It's not the tokens that you cannot solve. The second myth. Farming is a freebie and the tokens are given away with no purpose. It is not a freebie because in order to receive the tokens, to receive them in the form of the token rewards, you first need to provide a liquidity. And the liquidity is real money. Sometimes, most of the times, of course, a token is paired with some stable coin like USDT or the blockchain's main coin like Phantom, Avalanche, Kronos. Those are the most popular that are gaining traction. They have been gaining traction recently. So it's always money, not useless coins. And the third myth is farming equals staking. Staking is actually more like an action within the farming. So staking is the action when you stake the tokens into the pool in order to receive the rewards later on. If there are no liquidity providers, then there can be no farming, absolutely, because this is the sole purpose of farming itself, to increase the amounts of liquidity provided in the pool of a new token, and also, of course, to spread the word across the blockchain community about the token itself. And you also need to keep in mind every time that when you see, for example, that there's a very high profitability within one pair, like tens of thousands of percentage per year, is going to decrease anyway. Like it is set to decrease. It's just set this way technically within the smart contract, because otherwise the inflation would be too high and the tokens would then indeed be useless and worthless, and no one wants that. Each project actually from the beginning seeks to create real like cryptocurrency, and it cannot be referred to as cryptocurrency if it's worthless. So as a deflationary model, of course, the profitability of each and every pool is always decreasing with time, and projects have to renounce the schedule of this decrease. So it's not a long-term investment. Just keep in mind, everyone, that farming is not a thing where you can just put your money, especially your large size of your money, and forget about it. Because if you forget about it, you're going to be probably just losing money at scale. So yeah, the not considered tokens to which reward tokens are issued and for which farming is carried out long term. This is not a long term. This is crazy risky stuff. Everybody should understand it all the time. And never try it without expertise and knowledge and proper data to analyze, to base your analysis upon. The key farming feature, even though the farm tokens are destined to decrease the market, there's still plenty of room for either to growth or more often flashing, which is also a great opportunity. So yeah, basically when you're yield farming, your primary goal is to find a token, do some technical analysis, and find the spot in which to enter into this farm that will guarantee like at least a day or so of flashing or even rising of the coin, because when you stake you get those crazy profitability rates, like tens of percentage per day. And imagine if you stake those coins in pools, you get like 10% daily, but also the price of the token itself rises. So when you remove this liquidity later and withdraw it, you are in big profits, sometimes like hundreds of percents. The second feature, the tokens can grow thanks to primarily the community's hype, the subsequent large inflow of liquidity. Yeah, this is natural. The more people get to know about the farm, the more people realize what is used, how it's going to be applied in the future. Of course, the more money they're willing to invest in it and provide the liquidity for the token. And so the token is happy, the people are happy because they're reaping profits. And this way, contrary to what some people might say, this is not a Ponzi scheme, because this is just the way of distributing the tokens to the community initially for a token to later be established as a cryptocurrency in the future. The amount of newly issued tokens is always set by smart contracts. For one blockchain block, it doesn't depend on the number of people or community in the pool. Of course, within the smart contract, you get the rules and math already done by you when the smart contract is created. And no matter how many people will join, how many people will receive those rewards, the number of the tokens that are rewarded is finite, and people just get the share of those. And so the more people there, of course, the higher the price of the token is, because as an automated market maker mechanism works, every time a new investor comes, the token rate goes up. The economic balance in DeFi is basically a balance between people who are seeking high profits and and the people who think that those profits can offset potential losses in tokens value versus the people who are willing to fix their high profits that are already reaped. So there are people who have already earned their money, and there are people who want to earn money just like the people who earned them before. And this is the economic balance, which is very, very hard actually to achieve for every project. And if a project managed to reach this balance and to hold it for at least some significant period of time, this is like very, very successful, and it's worth knowing, really. At the same time, farming is usually more secure than regular trading because, yeah, you most of the time, you pull the tokens, for example, with stable coins. In the pool, they are locked, they are frozen, and it takes some time for you to withdraw those funds and sell those tokens. And for example, if you pull those tokens with stable coins, even if the farm token initially drops in price, you have only half of your investment in this token. And also, some part of this drop is getting offset by the profitability that is yielded within this farm. The size of block rewards is reduced according to the schedule. That's what I was talking about before. So this is just an example provided. Of course, the project founders are always up to create their own schedules of this decrease in profitability. But you always have to make sure that you check them right and you know what you're standing up against to. You need to realize what other people's, other investors' intentions are. Maybe there are too many already unrealized profits by people and they have too high motivation to leave and therefore drop the price. So then it's not a good idea to actually enter this pool. Or otherwise, if you see the panic selling going on within the farm, most of the whales have already sold their tokens. You can check that within the blockchain explorers, whether it be Ethereum, Binance Smart Chain, or any other Ethereum layers to blockchain. Then it is a good idea to enter because you see that there is no much room for further dump. And those are usually the best opportunities to enter any farming pool. Without understanding the impact of farming a token on its economic balance, it is highly not recommended to farm. Yes, as I told before, if you decide to farm because you see those highest profits without complete understanding of what's going on within those farms, it's like playing a roulette. You can also go play blackjack or roulette in a casino. You will stand pretty much the same chances of either winning or losing. The farming risk. The most important one, of course, is the permanent loss. The permanent loss is when the price of the token, which is being locked in the contract, gets dumped. And even though you've received those high yields, like 10% daily, the price of the token drops so much, like, for example, half within a day, that those 10% become meaningless for you in terms of offsetting your losses. So this is the most important one. Liquidity loss is when people are just removing liquidity, and therefore the volatility of the token itself increases because the less liquidity there is, the higher the impact of each of the trade on the token is. So the liquidity gets removed, people are selling, and each sell actually impacts the price lower and lower with every subsequent selling. And you have to better leave this farming pool, even fixing some losses, because if you don't, you will bear just even greater losses later. Rug pull. Rug pull is just like the most prominent form of the scam in the farms. Is basically when the project founders just take the tokens away, take the liquidity away, sell it on the exchanges, and then go away, disappear from the eyes of all the investors. Now, those are basically the rules that you have to follow before farming, but as I have only not much time left, I will shift a bit to the project that we've created to help the farmers minimize the risk in their farming. Those are the things you have to prepare yourself to farming itself. And there are two projects you just should really know about. The first one is What to Farm. What to Farm is the analytical DeFi tool that allows people to analyze the data directly derived from the blockchains to make proper analysis of what to farm, what not to farm. As you have already, I guess, guessed, it's a referral to the famous website What to Mine. In What to Mine, you just basically input the technical characteristics of your mining rig, and it tells you what's the best cryptocurrency to mine. with us, you can just choose what blockchain you want to farm on, and it will show you what farms are the best. It basically does some underlying due diligence with the farms in order for you not to get scammed. The main advantage of what to farm, of course, are the native charts of all the tokens on which you can base your technical analysis upon and decide what's best. And more interestingly, on top of What's the Farm engine, which is a very high engineering achievement, we've also developed and built What's the Farm. What's the Farm is an automatic risk-taking platform, whereas it actually does the risk-taking for you. As Albert Einstein was said, of course, you all know his quote that compound interest is the eighth wonder of the world, and whoever understands it earns it, whoever doesn't understand it pays it. And What's the Farm helps you earn the compound interest. Because, for example, if you put $100 in a pool and you receive $1 each day as a profit, you won't earn as much as you have earned if you harvested this $1 each day and pulled it back into liquidity so that you would earn the same interest on an ever-growing amount of liquidity pulled in the first place. And with What's the Farm, you basically can stake the LP tokens, liquidity providing tokens that you can reap on Pancake and other decentralized exchanges, and just use the What's the Farm as a transit smart contract, which was, by the way, audited by Certic and Paladin, so it's super safe. And actually, every time you stake the tokens, the LP tokens and What's the Farm, they're not basically staked by us. It cannot even technically be scammed, because they are actually just continuing to lie within the decentralized exchange where this pool is originally located. And so with What's the Farm, what it does, it basically just harvests the profits every time when it is mathematically fit, and restakes it with your liquidity pool. You can just put the liquidity on What's the Farm, go offline for a month, return to the website, and just see your LP pool increased significantly. And also on top of that, you receive the rewards in Mars tokens. So it works as a win-win for both the provider of the smart contracts, which are us, and for the investors themselves to reap even higher earns than they would have earned on the original farms. Thank you guys for your attention.
Possibilities up in the air. I know you ain't just gonna stare.
Thank you very much for that technical explanation about yield farming. I'm going to ask an honest question to the audience. How many people understood all the aspects of yield farming? It's a very complicated topic. And I know this because I've studied it a lot. I've built products around it. This was one of the inspirations for why I created Carter Capital, my crypto asset management company. I wanted to create a structure that could simplify crypto investing for people all around the world at different levels, whether you are a very, very large institution or whether you are an individual just looking to test with a small amount of your investments. We are regulated here in Dubai, and we have 4 different investment strategies that you could choose to invest in. The first strategy is a bespoke, unique portfolio for you, meaning I will sit down with each new investor that comes, whether it's the largest institution or an individual, and I will understand what is your unique risk and return expectation. I will then create a unique portfolio for you based on that. We also have an algorithm which automatically adjusts your portfolio every 3 minutes. We also have a mining investment structure where you can make an investment in mining rigs. As you saw, we had 2 very nice presentations on mining this evening. With Carter, you can make an investment in mining and not have to worry about any of the maintenance, the cooling, or anything like that. We do that for you. And our 4th strategy, just as you heard from the gentleman, is a automatic and optimized yield farming strategy, where we look after all of your yield farming for you. We move your capital around into the best and safest pools at any moment. The best thing about all of our strategies is that it is non-custodial. What does that mean? It means at all times, the crypto is in your wallet. Your wallet, your keys, your passwords, we never have access to it. Meaning we can't run away with the money because we don't have it. We simply connect via something called an API, which is a piece of code that allows us to trade inside of your account. Never to withdraw, never to remove anything, never to take anything away, only to trade. And I've found that this has been very nicely received by the crypto community in Dubai and further afield. If you'd like to learn anything more about Carter Capital or how to invest and our track record of achieving 100% per year for the last several years, please, happy to answer any questions. Now, our next panel is one that I'm really looking forward to and one which is very, very important in our crypto ecosystem and community. It is all about ladies in crypto, Metaverse, and NFTs. This panel is going to be moderated by Her Excellency Lady Layla, and we're going to have some very, very esteemed and distinguished guests on the stage now. Please, nice big round of applause for the ladies in crypto, NFTs, and Metaverse.
Thank you.
Good evening. Hello, everyone. Welcome to WOW Summit. It's the special edition. It's Women in Tech. Today, we are so glad and happy to be with our honorable guest, and WOW Summit is making the impact. Every day, blockchain industry is growing and growing, and we are diving to the future to know what is going on. I have with me high caliber speaker, international diversity and globalization here with us. I will let my ladies present themselves. I have Kima, Vilma, Talia, Brandy, and Annie. Welcome to the stage. Let's open this discussion with WOW Summit. So, each one has to present herself. Most welcome. We'll start with Kima.
Hi, thank you. My name is Kema. I'm coming from Sinopharm Group, and I am in charge of East Asia operations. I help to promote and invest, fundraise in Asia region for cryptocurrency and NFT Metaverse projects. I lead a team of 11 members spread all around the world, China, Japan, Korea, and as I speak all these languages, I can understand the culture and I can help to connect East and West, and probably will help some of you, probably.
Thank you, Kima.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. It's great to be here and represent women in tech. I think the ideology of women in tech is going to move past us very soon. It's just going to become normal. I think there's a lot of presence in the industry, and the blockchain community is growing massively. My name is Anne Bathello. I am an entrepreneur, a philanthropist, and an artist. And I'm here representing Unit, a company I've co-founded with other brilliant people all around the world. And what we do is we're paving the way for a fairer future economy, allowing people to set up and manage their own token economies.
So, Brandy, what you can present about yourself? I know you got a long journey from US. Welcome to the stage and tell us, present yourself. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I want to first acknowledge everyone who is here in the room. I think it takes a broad stroke of vision to do what you're doing, to want to learn more, to be educated about what these systems of ever-changing economy looks like. It's not just about women. No, it's about consciousness. My name is Brandy Vale. I'm the founder of Being Investments. We focus on impact NFTs and cultivating community. We're looking at resources of all capacities, not just money, fiat currency, but we're looking at community and energy and how that works and cultivating fun, of course.
Thank you. So we move to our guest, which is special always, Talia. Tell us more about yourself and welcome to the stage.
Thank you so much. So excited to be here with this amazing panel of women in the metaverse. Hoping to have some more women join us soon and really excited to have this panel happening. I'm an NFT artist. I've been a fashion illustrator for the last 10 years, and we built our fashion illustration NFT generative project called Eyes of Fashion, where we have 4 pillars: education, woman empowerment, fashion, and art. And through that, we really want to bring more women to NFTs and educate them about Web3. And also, you know, fashion is so fun, and it's so interesting to see some brand collaborations that are going to happen in Metaverse. Yeah, so really excited to be here.
That's beautiful, thank you. As we know, Wow Summit is focusing in blockchain industry, cryptocurrency, Metaverse, DFT, and NFT. Today, we keep with Talia as you bring to the discussion NFT. As the women driving technology today, and NFT in one of very important as which is start, and everybody marketing himself and creating his NFT, where do you see the technology and women's with NFT can serve themselves and serve the humanity, as you are talking about fashion show industry, art, and so how you see that NFT can swap in and modifying the new technology and new wave coming with the blockchain industry? Thank you.
Yeah, of course. First of all, I feel that it will connect people through the technology with communities, not only in real events, but in the metaverse. And this is something that we're working on, fashion shows in the metaverse, and also just being able to connect with like-minded people, which is really amazing through this technology, and also contribute to greater causes if it's donating to organizations that are helping different causes or educating, you know, women through really online. But with the NFT community, I feel that it's so powerful and impactful.
Thank you. We move to Brandy. As we know that the women is being involved in this industry, either do as investor or as technology industry maker. So how you see women's involving more and more in this technology, and what about the impact on NFT in this technology? Thank you.
Well, speaking about that, I think that NFT and Metaverse opening gates for women at all. Like, we have so much opportunities now, and I can speak for Asian markets, like as a representative of them, because for global market, I believe that our ladies will elaborate more on that. And when we speak about Asia markets, Metaverse is opening door for everyone. Like, we can be anyone we want here. So I cannot distinguish men and women. Like, I do not separate all of them in metaverses and NFTs.
Thank you. We see outside a lot of exhibitors, and they are bringing new technology. It's a really amazing. Same like the name of the summit, Wow Summit, is wow technology. The metaverse today is hitting the door of the future from a big ocean. How we can wave in this technology with the metaverse, and what you advise us as a consultancy today, my lady. Thank you.
Thank you for that question, Lila. I just want to touch on what our friend here said, you know. You said something really important. You can be whatever you want to be in this world. You show up authentically, and I think the thing about the blockchain community, the ethos behind it, is to create value, right? It's contributing to ecosystems, and if you contribute to the ecosystem increases in value. And I think there is no more these facades. You know, I laugh about titles now, you know, co-founder of this, CEO of that, CCO of this. it doesn't really matter. Like, that title is going to disappear, whether you're a woman or a man. It does not matter when you're playing this game in the metaverse, in the blockchain community. It is as long as you add value and contribute your talent and your skills and your authenticity to the community to grow those ecosystems and help communities thrive. I really, really like what you said as well about, it doesn't matter if you're a man or a woman. Really, I think this is an important point, because even though we are on a panel that is about women for tech, it is about the psyche that lives within all of us. We have the more, the creative psyche, which is considered feminine, but a Greek word for that is eros. And then we have the masculine psyche, which is considered logos. And in this world of blockchain, we bring that together because we have to act with agency to change the planet, the world, communities for the better. And we have to bring our creativity and our passion to these communities so that they grow.
Thank you. Exactly. United Nations, they create the sustainable development, especially the goals of gender equality. We are equal. No matter whom you are, from which country, color, skin, masculine or feminine, you remain human. So the technology also in blockchain and metaverse and NFT is about the charity. As I know, a lot of blockchain industry and crypto, they're helping humanity. So before to pass to that humanity in that side of technology, I'm going to ask Brandy about something, as you are a specialist on consultancy and mentoring the people as a coach. Women in technology need still education, need still to be trained for this technology. Even it's easy, just swap, touch, in few minutes you transfer, in few minutes you create. The people want to know more because this world is so growing fast and people sometimes they don't know how to follow. So what advice you can give to the women in tech and metaverse and NFT? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing up the masculine and feminine, because we're in an auspicious place right now where we get to cross over and bridge the gap. So one of my companies is called Bridging the Gap Ventures, and we focus on youth impact NFTs and upskilling the individuals and then bringing out the best of these youth so that they can be the leaders of our time. So we recently produced an event called Yunga, and Yunga Forum is like Unga. If you're familiar with the United Nations, well, we took over the United Nations in the metaverse. We were the first to do that. So it was a big task. Changing the way people think, to your question, changing the way that people think changes the way that their patterns in life are, giving them a new belief system. So when you think about this, patterns over time equal value. So with that being said, we're in a value-placed market. So where you put your focus, your attention, we're in the attention economy, right? How often am I looking at the imprint on that NFT or on that website? How often am I staying there? That's my time. It equals value. So I won't go too far into the distance, but we get to understand that we are changing the way that we used to look at money by giving our time into the things that we believe in the most.
Thank you. We see lately a lot of women being involved more and more to this industry, technology, NFT, DeFi, cybersecurity, all the technology was related with a blockchain. Do you think that women can add value more than masculine side? Because we know blockchain is well known by men, and they are fast learning and they are keeping themselves one team. How women we can be one team? I, Leila Rahal, last year, I launched something called Women in Blockchain, and I find a lot of women, they're thirsty and they want more and more to know about it. Today, Women in Tech It's so beautiful. I know that there is a lot of artists, the fashion designer, chief of restaurant, they are doing them assets on Metaverse or in NFT, and they're trading. Do you think also in Bitcoin and cryptocurrency, we are going to have more women involved, not as investors, but involved as creators also? What do you think?
I think definitely. I mean, there's no doubt about it. I think there's a beautiful symbiosis, you know, of men and women working together in union in these communities. You know, one of Unit's flagship products is Unit Masters. If you go to unitmasters.org, you can get access to, okay, we have a fan here. You can get access to free blockchain and crypto education, a 6-week program that really helps you to step into this crazy world that seems a little daunting. There's so much jargon, you know, in the blockchain community and the NFT community, and it can be overwhelming. We simplify it. We get mentors to show up twice a week to guide you, and these are people who know their stuff. We're talking about Brittany Kaiser, who was one of our mentors, who starred in The Great Hack on Netflix, if you've watched it, about Cambridge Analytica. So she was one of our mentors on the program, among many, many others. So I really recommend you, if you want this free education, jump on board. But the point I want to make is that the percentage of women that take this program right now is 45% are women of our Unit Masters program, which says a lot about the hunger, you know, to enter these communities, to start to build your own ecosystems, to start to build your own brands. And really, I think what the blockchain world is going to do is going to allow for easy access of entrepreneurs to raise funds, create wealth, and manage their wealth.
Kima, I know this industry is growing fast, and it's giving the opportunity to the people more and more to trade, to create, to innovate. But until now, we see a lot of countries, they don't give legislations and regularization. How you can advise? In UAE, still they just give the MCC one license. You can trade yourself, sell and buy, but you cannot raise funds. So how you think in Metaverse and NFT we can raise a fund and make auction to make more money? And we see people that are making benefit. As expert, how you advise us? Thank you.
Thank you for the question. It's a good question. So to answer that, I will speak on China perspective because Japan and Korea are pretty much internationalized, so they have access to whole market. But China is isolated country, and internet we have like it's totally like different from the other part of the world. And internet in China, also blockchain and trading, cryptocurrency, it's supposed to be decentralized, but it's actually controlled. It's controllable from this side. So if you want to trade in China, let's speak about China, right? Then you have to be compliant with China laws and jurisdictions. And we can help you with that if you would love to enter this market as well.
You're most welcome. Talia, today we've seen a website coming, NFT making 2 million, 10 million easy, auctions make it, Metaverse opening and selling, restaurants, art, gallery, a lot of things. But suddenly, maybe after 6 months, disappear. How we can secure and know with whom we're going to trade, and how you can believe in this technology inside of regularization, and how we can protect ourselves. Thank you.
Yeah, excellent question. So I feel like, you know, everyone is getting into NFTs, and it's like the Wild West, basically. So there is also securing your NFTs, but there's also the part of which NFTs should I buy, which NFTs are authentic and real, and which ones are not. So I think, first of all, to do your research about every different investment you're thinking to make, and seeing that it's the right page, you know, if it's through Discord communities, if it's through Twitter, if it's through, I don't know, who offers you or tells you about an NFT project, even if you know the person, to check if it's really the person that's sending you a message. I know that people opened, like, I think over 20 fake NFT collections that are supposedly mine. So you need to really check where the links are coming from and if they're authentic and if the actual artist is posting it on their real page, no matter, you know, where you get it from. Also, about, you know, just the technology in the long term. You need to really see what's on the roadmap, like to protect yourself from those parts of what's the added value to the NFT. Yeah.
We've seen the kids now, they're creating them, especially on the art, creating them NFT. As I know, maybe one NFT, if you create, you're worth 10,000 US. And then after the start, you auction it. You think we have to involve even the kids in this technology? We have to live in this world, which is virtual. For us, yes. I do advise people because this is the future. But you think we can involve the kids at a certain age? What do you advise?
Well, it's an interesting, I think on both sides I would have answers for you, right? Because the kids are the most valuable to the future eventually. So on the one hand, I see the opportunity, and there's amazing kids doing beautiful things on the blockchain and contributing to beautiful purposes, like Nyla Collection, for example, that she's doing amazing things, and she's there for the long term, and she built an amazing community for kids. It's an NFT project. On the other hand, yes, there's so many risks. Because if on the regular web there's so many risks, so with NFTs you can imagine. But from what I'm seeing, especially with kids artists, that it's giving a lot of them excitement and purpose and, you know, so much with just contributing to this world. All of a sudden, you know, kids that would sit, I don't know, at school and not really find their place. I'm sorry. Yeah, go ahead.
Brandy will add something.
I wanted to add to that. I have currently about 4 projects that are enabling kids on play to earn. And the play to earn philosophy is the upskilling portion that many people are not talking about. When you get to have these visceral experiences and a child has an asset for the first time in their wallet, now we're teaching them about financial literacy. We have children going home to India. One of my clients, a Visa Guild. A Visa Guild represents a myriad of games right now. So you can go on there, you can get rewards, you can build your community. Now you have an asset. You can go home, you can cash out, you can buy groceries for your parents. It's changing the framework of what we call as a young investor. Not only is the upskilling changing the mentality and what community truly is, but now their survival. They're going from impoverished to somewhat sustainable. And now if we flash forward to about 20 years from now, think about that. Owning real estate in the metaverse is accessible to anyone, everywhere, and at almost any age.
Thank you. Well, Wow Summit always bring in new technology, like I know. Last year I was speaker with them, and this year I'm moderator, and I see a brilliant speaker and a lot of projects coming, which there is a diversity. Like we say, unity is humanity and diversity is inclusion. Today with the technology, we can swap and wave everywhere. Even we don't travel, we can just go to one games there outside and we will travel. We have museum virtual, we have gallery virtual, we have restaurants which we can check in Metaverse and choose where we want to go. The technology today, we can trade between each other, pay in 50 seconds, transfer the Satoshi and coins to each other. I mean, this wave is a big ocean. Blockchain today giving us a lot of opportunity to know more knowledge about it. But if we come to this technology, especially NFT and Metaverse, where this wave are taking us, what's the next? What's the new, you think? Because every time there is new things. So I'll let you one by one answer to this question, and then we will close. Thank you.
So let's imagine what the next steps will be. After we opening Metaverse, we don't have any restrictions. We can be anywhere, anyone we want, and we can imagine room without walls here. And next steps would be, in my opinion, it will be social-fi, it will be game-fi. We could play, entertain ourselves, we could learn and work in Metaverse. So it will be Matrix, but with happy ending in my belief. And I see many possibilities of synchronizing real world with online Metaverse. So our, the future will be online. Most of the, B2B, B2C will be held online, in my opinion. Yes.
Exactly. Thank you. Please, Anna.
I think there's going to be a beautiful evolution of us living partly in the metaverse, but being able to live in the world better. And so I think that topic to me is really exciting, because I think what is going to be unlocked by more people coming on board blockchain communities, building their own protocols into the NFT space, is this intergenerational wealth that they can create. And also, they will start, and it's already happening, we mentioned purpose. I think, Brandy, you mentioned it, if I'm not mistaken, but people are going to be living more with purpose to do meaningful work. And so what I see the next wave becoming or turning into, we're now talking about NFTs, which I think has been an amazing thing that has happened for the blockchain community to create this hype around NFTs, which actually the hype is going to stabilize. It is this excitement because people are starting to see what is capable within blockchain communities and ecosystems. But what is actually going to come from this is how can we as individuals birth ideas and projects of our own beyond the NFTs. NFTs is the starting point to test your investment capabilities, to start to understand the blockchain community. But what we believe at Unit, the future of community is going to be cooperative ownership. So if someone here has a great idea and I want to buy into it, there's a lot of women investing in different DAOs right now, in different token sales and different projects. I will invest in you if I believe in you and if I believe in the vision of the community. I will help grow your community. I will help grow the DAO. And so there will be an evolution in what we believe will be tokenomics. And people will start to understand how to birth their own brands, how to raise funds, and how to grow communities that can be art-driven. It can be sustainability-driven. It can be, whatever idea you're passionate about. If you have a sense of what it means to create a token very easily, which Unit as a technology allows you to do, you can go on the platform, kind of like when Wix came out. When Wix came out, we didn't need to hire developers to code for us. We went on Wix and we created our own websites, similar with WordPress. What Unit.network enables you to do is to create your own token. And if you can create your own token, have your different sale rounds for your token, get fundraising in, build and manage your community and your wealth, you now have a moving business. You have a community that's investing in your idea, and you can build from there. So we want to see a world where the barriers to entry for birthing great ideas are diminished, so everyone can be creative.
Thank you so much. Brandy.
The future of the metaverse, we are creating it now. Every thought, every action, every word. I'm a mindfulness coach. I look at spirituality in a certain way. We are the biology, we are the makeup, our system of what we are thinking and breathing and encountering each other with. We're creating it in the meta. Meta wasn't a Facebook thing. No, it was metaphysics. So if you think about how you feel and your emotions respond to the energy in the room, whatever you create, whatever you're thinking right now is being created. To ground that in, what we create online right now is a initiation to what gets done in the IRL, in real life. So what I see the future of our economy, of humanity, and sustainability, conservation, circular economics, mesh economies, open source. You've heard all these words before, and if you haven't, you can go to my website. We're planning the future now. So, as I mentioned before, where you spend your time, that's your intellectual property. You get to trade that. You get to trade that and harness that. Teach your children, teach your communities, expand your IP. I'll say that again. Expand your IP, and if you do not have IP, contact me, I can support you. You are valuable. Everything that you care for matters.
Thank you, Talia.
Of course. I think that we are, even though everything is supposedly so developed, we're only at the beginning. Like I'm sure a lot of others would have said, and I really agree with you, where we spend our time, where energy goes, it really grows, basically. So basically, this is just the beginning. We're like in the 90s when, the internet was being developed, and now we're just creating everything, as you said. So I think with art, like you said, this is only the beginning. It's going if to our corporation, if to music, if to film, and we're still really, really just starting over there, not to mention all the other areas of life. And the metaverse itself, to get to experience it, like we're starting with all the ideas now. If it's real estate in the metaverse, if it's play to earn, if it is, building NFT collections and communities in the metaverse and events. But from there, the next step, I believe, and hopefully coming soon, is just to have the experience of that, right?
Thank you, my lady.
Of course.
In one word, what is mean to you, women in tech? One word.
What, sorry?
One word, what is mean to you, women in tech?
Wow, power.
Prosperity.
Abundance.
I would say power as well.
So for me, it means sustainability. Thank you. Welcome. Welcome with me. Thank you to Wow Summit. Today, the women are driving the future. And Women in Technology, NFT, DeFi, Wow Summit give us this opportunity with beautiful women. And this is the time to drive the future. Believe me, there is no man or woman. There is together. And we can launch in this big ocean. The technology give us a possibility to drive together. So let's make it hand by hand. This is the future, and today we start already. It's not tomorrow. One hand, one force. Women together, we can make it. Thank you, Wow Summit.
Thank you. Thank you.
Things you never imagine, the possibilities up in the air. I know you ain't just gonna stare.
Thank you to all the sponsors. Thank you to the moderator. Thank you to the management and to the people on backstage and to the audience. Thank you again.
Fantastic, fantastic. Please give it to the manager. You did really well.
My phone.
Well done. Well done. You did really well.
Thank you.
Thank you. Kima, we met on stage. I'll speak to you downstairs. Amazing panel. Really insightful to see what these ultra successful and visionary ladies are doing within crypto, metaverse, and NFTs. And I would really urge you, if you have any further questions, please go and ask these ladies whatever is on your mind. They're all wonderful, wonderful minds in the space. Now, we're going to dive much deeper into one specific facet of the digital asset space. We're going to dive into NFTs. Now, there has been a lot of hype around NFTs. There's been a lot of discourse and no doubt a sharp increase in valuations. But what actually is going on? What is the underlying technology and utility beyond the hype? which is the title of this next panel. I can give some personal experience regarding NFTs. I think they are a really, really interesting and important aspect of the digital assets ecosystem. An NFT is a non-fungible token. Non-fungible token. What is fungibility? What makes something fungible? Fungibility, or being fungible, means it is directly substitutable for something else. So I'll give you an example, something which is quite topical at the moment. A barrel of oil is priced at approximately $100, and it is mostly fungible. There are different grades and different viscosities, but generally one barrel of oil is priced the same as another. Hence, when you go to the petrol station, you don't mind if you go to one petrol station of one brand or another, because you know that you are going to get the same quality of product. It is a fungible product. Something which is non-fungible is, in essence, the same thing and the same product, but it is valued differently. It has different characteristics. Continuing with the motoring example, cars are a very well understood NFT. You can have a Nissan Sunny, and there are millions of them on the roads, and you could have a Lamborghini. Goodbye. Both of them are cars, both have four wheels, both of them drive when you put your foot down. But they are valued differently, they have different characteristics, different sizes, different materials, etc., etc. An NFT in the digital asset realm is exactly that. It is a digital asset which is the same as something else, but valued differently with different characteristics. I hope you can begin to see now where this theory of fungibility comes in. Everything we have spoken about previously in crypto and digital assets has been fungible. My Bitcoin is the same as yours. It's valued the same, priced the same, treated the same. Now we have NFTs. And as you have seen in the NFT gallery, I'm sure you've all been there. If not, please go and have a look. They have some beautiful, beautiful pieces of digital art. They are NFTs, and there are certainly a few that I would love to have in my home. They look that great. So we're going to have an expert on NFTs come and join us on stage. He's going to discuss everything NFT in a lot more detail. Please welcome on stage Mr. Hk3, the co-founder of Crypto Oasis.
All righty. Wow. Now, first of all, congratulations to the organizers. This is probably one of the most beautiful stages that I've stood at, with a beautiful view. Have you guys taken a minute to take a look at Burj Khalifa just behind us? It's absolutely gorgeous. Now, the moderator was kind enough to introduce me as an expert in NFTs. I am not. Let's start there. And I'll add one extra step to that. When someone tells you that they're an expert in the NFT space, don't necessarily listen to it. Why? This is something so new, something so original, something so nascent. No one can call themselves an expert in the NFT space. But just with a show of hands, I like to do these a little bit interactive. How many of you would say they understand NFTs, by a show of hands? All right, perfect. How many of you would say they don't understand NFTs, by a show of hands? All right, you are my people, right? I'm speaking to you today. And let's start with this concept of the word. You know, many of the days we talk about these great technologies, and we love acronyms. We come from a technology space and we love acronyms. HTTPS, www, NFT, and the likes. But what does NFT even mean? It's non-fungible token. All right, that's a bunch of cool words, cool sounding words, non-fungible and token. But let's dissect this one by one, okay? So let's talk about this concept of non-fungibility, right? To understand non-fungibility, we have to understand fungibility first, right? All right, okay. So fungibility. if I have, oh well, I don't have my wallet in my, but if I have 100 dirham bill, does it matter if I have 10 10s or 2 50s or 5 20s? By the way, if you notice, my son wants to join me on stage. He's trying to be just like his father. Right? So if I have 10 10s or 5 20s or 2 50s, this is, in the end, fungibility, right? Because it is still the value of 100 dirhams or 100 euros, or call it whatever you may. Actually, look at that. I could have not planned for this better. 2 50s, or 3, okay. 2 50s or 100 dirham, 100 euros. 2 50s are the same as 100 euros. Doesn't matter if I'm carrying 2 50s or if I'm carrying 100 euros. So that's the concept of fungibility, right? When I talk about something being non-fungible, think about your house. Can you sell a square meter in your house today? Well, the next notion would be yes, through tokenization, but factually speaking, you can't sell someone 1 square meter of your house. Can I sell someone just 1 wheel of the car and give them the same benefit of a car? No, that doesn't work either, right? So the concept of non-fungibility is a concept that is deeply rooted in the real world. This isn't something that came just with the NFT craze and with the blockchain craze. Non-fungibility is in everyday life. Try and ask this cameraman what he would do to you if you would take away his camera. Why? Because it's a non-fungible item, right? Now, for the first time in technology history, we actually have a chance, we have a way, we have a technology that allows me to create something non-fungible in the digital realm. Everything around you, if you look around, actually, if you look at the table in front of you, the table is non-fungible, the chair is non-fungible, right? Me as a person, I'm non-fungible, right? Meaning, non-fungibility is something in the real world. But if I would send someone a picture of myself 5 years ago, they could copy that picture 15 times. And there would be no way for me to identify which one is the original picture and which one is actually the concept of the copy of a copy of a copy. So blockchain came about with the Satoshi white paper at the outcome of the 2008 crash. And there we were, we had this wonderful concept of blockchain. Blockchain, for the first time, gave us this beautiful invention called Bitcoin. Bitcoin, for the first time, was digital money. I could send someone anywhere in the world a digital value. And we solved something called the double spend issue. Right? The double spend issue was something that technologists for the last 30 years were trying to solve, but they weren't able to do that. But see, a Bitcoin is fungible. It was all the way, and don't hold me to the year, it must have been 2017 if I'm not mistaken, and I remember reading an article of the Ethereum Foundation talking about a new contract that they've issued, 720 or 721, I'm not sure. I think 720 came first and then 721 came later. It was for the first time I'm creating a unique piece on the blockchain, on the Ethereum blockchain, and I can't split it. It isn't 1 Bitcoin equals 10 times 0.1 Bitcoin. No, no. It is for the first time I am able to create something that is 1 of 1. Now let's pause here for a second and listen to the people scream. But no, let's pause here for a second and actually take into consideration that here we were, where we had Bitcoin, we had Ethereum, we had, to my best estimates at the time, somewhere around 3,000 cryptocurrencies that were being traded, but for the first time, I'm able to create not the concept of you partially own this table, but no, you own this cup on this table. Not you own piece of a Da Vinci or a Michelangelo or a Picasso, you own this particular Picasso in this particular world. Now, with that came a huge opportunity. And let's see if that works. What we've identified really is, if this would play, is that art, as we know it, for the first time can actually be shown in a digital world. Artists can be empowered through this concept of a non-fungible token. How so? Let's see if that works. Guys, maybe you can press play on the first video, please. Yeah? Right, so we empowered the artist through this concept of a non-fungible token. Now that line, if you haven't read this 15 times in the past couple of weeks, you haven't been reading the news. Everyone is trying to empower the artist, but what's wrong with artists as they are today? Anyone here know an artist? Anyone an artist? Okay, perfect. Oh, you're an artist? All right. In a normal case scenario, pre-blockchain, pre-NFT, if you want to sell something through a gallery, what's the percentage that they would take? If you can show me by numbers. I will just assume that he said 50%, because the majority of galleries lower. All right, 20%? 20%. That's still a high number. On average, artists pay anywhere between 30 and 40% to a gallery, to a middleman that really has no particular benefit in this entire equation other than actually introducing the art into the world. Behind me, you're looking at an art piece of Jared Tarbell. Anyone here know the site Etsy? I see some people nodding. Etsy is actually an art gallery online, an art marketplace where you could go online and commission a great artist to actually create a painting for you. This gentleman, Jared Tarbell, is an artist himself. And he was tired of all of these different galleries and middlemen taking away from his cut. Now, not only do they take 20% or 30% and sometimes even 60% of the piece of art, when this piece of art then gets sold on, the artist gets nothing in return. What is it that you can do with an NFT, and why is this so relevant? With an NFT, the artist can ensure that he has a benefit from all of the transactions against his art in perpetuity. Why should someone else buy your intellectual property? The lady before me, she said, you know, make sure that you create IP and create IP. Why should someone own my intellectual property? So Jared Tarbell actually went out and he published this piece of art on a site called Artblocks. Artblocks is a site that enables artists to publish their own NFTs. Now this piece of art went on a silent auction, at a Dutch silent auction. And talking about how I am not an expert in NFT, a couple of months ago I didn't know what that even meant. But a silent auction meant that I would bid for this piece of art and I wouldn't know what the actual price is of the art. I would only know if my bid is accepted or if my bid is high or if my bid is low. Now what you can see behind me, this is not just a standard piece of art, what you see in your everyday life. This is a video, this is something that is an animation and that's moving depending on where you look and where you hover with your mouse. So believe it or not, this NFT I've purchased through a fund, an investment structure that we've created called Crypto Oasis Metaverse Collection. Why did we create Crypto Oasis Metaverse Collection? Because we believe in the opportunity, and that opportunity is huge. How huge? I have no idea. But you know what I can tell you? From last year to this year, the numbers are from 2020 to 2021. Who here thinks there was a 1,000% increase in NFT spending? Anyone? Who thinks there was a 2,000% increase in NFT spending? 100%? 500%? 6,400%. 6,400% of an increase in NFT spending that has happened from 2020 to 2021. Yes, it is a large opportunity. Do we understand this opportunity? Not yet. But do we understand the opportunity that is there and how this can be applied? 100%. Think about everything in your real life, suddenly being able to own everything that you own in the real life. I own this jacket, and I own this pocket square, and I own this mic, and suddenly I have a chance to replicate this thing into the digital realm. How powerful is that? How powerful is that if I consider that one of the most successful companies, regardless of what our point of view is about Facebook, goes out and changes their name from Facebook to Meta? Doesn't that say that there's something coming in the digital world? If we can have the next video, please. The guys at the controls. I'm unfortunately not able to control. Kate? Kate? Guys, can we have the next video, please? All right. That's the next video. This is also a Jared Tarbell. We've procured this piece of art as part of our fund on the 19th of January. This was one of our first and early purchases. If you can press play on this, please, that would be great. Now, this piece of art, again, Jared Tarbell, part of our collection, and we've started including these collections as part of a virtual reality and a metaverse. We're starting to hang these virtual paintings in a virtual world. Now, I'd like to bring this closer to you, right? Because we're all intrigued by this concept of NFT. In a Dutch silent auction, we've procured this piece of art for $400. $400. I think everyone in this room, if I tell them, hey, buy something for $400, there's an opportunity there, would do it. Yeah? Does anyone have a guess what this is valued at today? Just throw a number at me. 1,000? 10 times more? That would be $4,000? No, it's more. Any takers? $25,000. $25,000 from the 19th of January to today. The beauty of it, every time I sell this on today, the artist gets rewarded again. It isn't that me as an investor into this, suddenly all the benefit is mine. No, the artist will always be part of this. Now, if we think about NFTs and the opportunity at NFTs, this, if anything, is one drop in this wide ocean that is called non-fungible tokens. We have a gentleman that was tired of his car, invited an artist to paint the car. A car that was valued at $30,000 is now going to be sold in an auction, the starting bid being $1 million. You know why? Because now you can own that car in the metaverse. This NFT, you can take it with you from one metaverse to the next metaverse and to the next metaverse. Now, if that doesn't have value, I don't know what does. Now, as Crypto Oasis, we believe in building this ecosystem. We believe that before the end of 2022, we will have more than 1,000 companies active here in the UAE, in the blockchain and crypto space. As Crypto Oasis, we see the opportunity that this presents. As Crypto Oasis, we empower talent. We look for great artists, and we want to support them. We actually see this opportunity being so large that we said, we as partners of Crypto Oasis are interested in investing our own money into this opportunity. But mind you, it's not as rosy as it sounds. If something increases by 6,400%, if I would stand here and not caution every single person in this room, then I wouldn't have done my job right. Watch out. Right? Because this is a nascent space, because it's so early, we don't know how this can be abused, and we see people abusing it and using it in ways that is scary. I read a number the other day that 95% of all transactions regarding to NFT are not genuine transactions. Can we prove that? I don't know. But you know what? Please watch out there. Don't just go buy this random thing on OpenSea just because someone said. Don't go buy this Jared Tarbell, because you know what? I don't know. Will it increase from 25,000 to 100,000 to 300,000? I don't know. But you know what? Go and buy something that is dropping for $100, for $200, for $300. Dabble in it. And when you buy like you're buying in the real world. Would you buy a piece of art of a guy that you've never heard about? No, you wouldn't. And the beauty of it right now, you actually have artists, world-renowned artists, dropping their art for hundreds of dollars, not thousands of dollars, right? Go out there, do your research, but watch out. This space is hyped right now. So if you buy something, at least buy something where you are willing to hang it in your doorway at some point. At least, you know, you have that digital piece of art. Now, if we think about how this could go on, I really don't know. But what we do know is more of the world that we know is going towards the digital realm. And for the first time, NFTs provide us with a way that we can own our stuff in a digital world. Imagine for a second if I was here and I would tell you, today, let's go back in time. Everyone here just went back in time with me. We're in 1996. Imagine that in 1996, I come up to you and I tell you about this great invention that is called the internet. The internet is going to be everywhere. Everyone's going to use the internet on their phone. In a couple of years' time, we're going to order our groceries on the internet, you're going to do your banking on the internet, your entire life is going to be on the internet. What would you do if we were in 1996, knowing where we just came off, 2022? So my parting thought to you is, it's 1996 and blockchain is the internet. And the way blockchain can be used, we still don't understand. I really thank you for being here this late. I really thank you for being an active audience. I saw a lot of people nodding at me. That's very rewarding. Thank you very much. A big applause to you. Thank you.
So that's NFTs, everyone. I hope we're starting to get a better understanding about this really exciting, revolutionary new asset class. I'm still not fully understanding all of the nuances. I'm learning myself as we go along. But as some of the financial figures we saw, some of the returns, it's astronomical growth that is being seen in the NFT world at the moment. So once again, I would encourage you to go and have a look at the NFT gallery, which has been organized by our wonderful hosts here, this event, and keep learning, because this asset class is going to grow and develop and encompass not just art, as we saw in the presentation, not just real estate, but many, many other things as well. Now, our next panel is going to be, again, in reference to mining. I think you're starting to see now how critical mining is in our ecosystem. And I'd like to welcome on stage Alexander Luzben and Aisha Sodha. Okay, Alexander is not quite with us at this stage, so no problem. I have seen him around, so he'll be joining us again very shortly. I'll take this short time to firstly welcome Aisha on stage. Why don't we do our own fireside chat? Yes. So Aisha is involved in a number of different projects in the Dubai crypto ecosystem that I know about very well, but I would love for you to share with everyone here what it is that you're up to.
Thank you, Bilal, for that lovely introduction. I think like many people who are in Dubai, I wear multiple hats and I'm involved with far too many projects. So on the one side, I have my own management consultancy helping technology projects grow. Some of those happen to be in the blockchain space. And on the other hand, I am building my own property technology company, which is an end-to-end real estate solution with impact.
So the real estate stuff that you're working on, you know, we've spoken about this a few times. That's really interesting to me, because real estate is very much a frontier that has been approached by crypto many times since 2014, even before that, and it hasn't quite cracked that market yet. The vision that I have for the real estate market is a vision that the gentleman just shared, and the vision that I've shared with you is where you can have fractionalized ownership of real estate assets. Imagine a world where perhaps you are really fond of Paris or Dubai, and you have great memories there, and you decide you want to own a property there, but you can own 1% or 10% of an apartment in Dubai or Paris, and you can then earn 10% or 1% of the Airbnb revenues of that property and trade it openly on the market between people like we trade cryptos. Perhaps you can share your vision long-term for real estate within the crypto sphere and what it is exactly you guys are doing in that sphere.
So I think what you're referring to on the real estate tokenization side is brilliant. It's a great vision, and it's something that is taking up in popularity in a huge way at the moment. There's probably at least 10 different companies doing that right now. There's probably at least 10 different companies doing that right now. So it's a really interesting space. Where the difficulty comes in is really about actual ownership. So there's the ownership of tokens that can be bought and sold freely on the marketplace, but then there's separate is actual real estate ownership, which is a tangible, documented ownership in a piece of real estate. So for example, in Dubai, you can't own less than an eighth of a property. And every single country has their own regulations in this. So at the moment, the way that it's done is through a special purpose vehicle, where the special purpose vehicle owns that real estate property, and then the tokens are within it that can be freely traded and bought and sold on that marketplace. In terms of what we're actually doing with our real estate company, which is called Kazar, if you want to have a look at it, is we are taking this stream, which enables people to own property all over the world, enable them to get ROI from the property ownership, whether that's through tokens or whether it's through actual physical ownership, so that you're never tied to one particular city. So you can live in 10 different cities, you can have that fractional ownership, you are still investing in something very tangible that's a lot safer than other spaces, but at the same time, we're looking at the larger ecosystem as well. So whether you buy, rent, do anything in the real estate market, we enable you to give something back. That is either through putting a roof over somebody else's head, which is an immediate need, or through sponsoring somebody's education and empowering them to go and do that for themselves.
Oh, this is such an important and powerful thing. We're seeing what's happening at the moment with the dislocation of people from their homes. At the moment, this has been happening in many different countries for many years. I don't want to just focus on what's happening at the moment. If there was a capacity to provide housing through fractional ownership, crowdfunding, and providing a home for people that are in this situation, that would be a fantastic humanitarian milestone. And crypto and blockchain can provide the solution for something like that. So I really hope that that is something that we can get to in the very near future. Your company is obviously at the forefront of that. I want to pick your brains a little bit about this fractionalized ownership concept. We spoke about this previously. You can have an NFT of a property, and that is your property. It is non-fungible because it is valued differently, has different color wallpaper to the one next door. It is different, but it's still a property, it's still a home. But where does that then, if you fractionalize it, it becomes a token.
Exactly.
It then becomes a token, it's traded like a crypto token, and it's regulated differently. But evidently, it is not a token, it's a home. So where do you see that dynamic developing in the coming years?
So I think it's going to depend a lot on the regulatory frameworks of different governments and how they're going to enable that home ownership to be divided moving forward. I think the way that it's going is a growing space. It does support the digital nomad ecosystem. But I think the big thing in this is that at the end of the day, somebody has to control where those real estate assets are bought and sold. Somebody has to make those decisions. Somebody has to take control of that. In terms of an NFT, usually NFTs will represent a whole apartment or a whole building or a whole property. If you fractionalize those, again, they can only represent a portion which is approved by the government. And going back to your earlier question on where we see blockchain actually supporting the social impact side of putting a roof over someone's head. Proof of impact is where blockchain is going to be fantastically great, because actually at the moment there's so much greenwashing or whatever the human impact version of that is. Blockchain enables every single transaction to be verified, enables it to be captured, and so at the end of the day you can take data that is irrefutable, and so when someone actually puts money into a social cause, you can see where that exact $10 has gone into helping somebody else.
Yeah, and that's one of the magical elements of blockchain and crypto. You can track every single transaction, it is immutable, it will never be removed, and any single person can go and access that. Everyone in this room, on their phone, you can go on the blockchain. You can go on blockchain.com and view the wallets of people that own the most Bitcoin in the world, the people who are the most active Bitcoin traders in the world. You can even find the wallet of the original Bitcoin producer, Satoshi Nakamoto, and you can see that his Bitcoin has never moved. So in light of charitable transactions, in light of humanitarian missions, then you can ensure that your donations, your capital is going to exactly the right place. So I think that's one of the fantastic elements.
I think it's about creating trust, right? Everybody needs to have trust in a process, in a system, and I think that's what blockchain ultimately enables.
Yeah, absolutely. And that trust is created because everybody in the network is incentivized to maintain that trust. If there is a nefarious actor that is willing to, or trying to hide their transactions, or trying to subvert people from looking into their wallets, that simply won't be tolerated by everyone else around in the blockchain. Okay, I think we're ready for Alexander to join us to continue our discussion, which has gone slightly left field, but nonetheless very interesting. Alexander, how are you?
Fine, you?
Very good, thank you.
Thank you.
Please take your seat with Aisha.
Thank you. Hi, everyone.
Hi, Alexander. Thank you for joining us. We were on a little bit earlier than expected, so things got moved around a little bit.
It's okay.
Thank you guys for still being here. It's very late in the evening, so you're either very interested in mining or very interested in money.
By the way, any miners here? Can you just show your hands? No miners.
No miners? Does anybody actually know what mining is?
I see you.
Okay. So maybe you can actually just start by explaining what mining even is. Let's educate people.
Sure. I'm the head of representative of YBTC pool in CIS Middle East in Europe. Our pool is the 5th largest pool in the Bitcoin mining, and I think right now we cover approximately from 15 to 20% of global hash rate. So how actually mining works and how actually pool works. Pool is a software solution for collecting hash rate, separate hash rate from different miners, to connect it together and to send it to the blockchain. So this is the easiest way how to control lock rate and how to mine very stable and not like a playing in casino, because you could find the block or couldn't. So pool, and actually all pools can cover these issues.
Thank you for that. I think that a lot of terms are thrown around in the crypto space, in the blockchain space, and a lot of people come to these events, but they don't even understand the basics. I think it's really on us to start asking the difficult questions and the very real questions about what are even some of these basic terms and what do they mean, so that people who are working in the space are more educated, and then that enables us to educate people further.
Yeah.
So, I mean, mining is a really huge topic globally at the moment. And different areas in the world, different countries, different states are looking at different ways to regulate it. And just yesterday, the European Parliament's Economic and Monetary Affairs Committee, they voted on the proposed markets in crypto assets, which is going to be the framework for managing the EU's legislation for digital assets. There was a very last-minute addition into this, which aimed to limit the use of proof of work. Luckily, it was voted down by the committee, but is that something you're concerned about coming up again?
So for sure, proof of work is just the first step in the cryptocurrency mining. So this is the first step of the Bitcoin. But if we speak about regulation in European Union, I think this is not a good idea, actually. I understand that everyone caring about nature and about the world, but these laws are not zero tolerance for the technology. And this is the main question. Laws couldn't restrict any parts of the technology solution. So, for example, I can understand why they want to control Bitcoin mining, but as a concept, proof of work is a very stable and very good technology. And it can be useful in a lot of different areas. But by the way, evolution of the mining going, and right now we have got a different of all the cryptocurrencies. And right now we have got different protocols of consensus, such as proof of stake or delegated proof of stake, so something like that. But, you know, for my opinion, it is not very innovative, but it is very stable. And this is why the dimension of the Bitcoin is more than half on the market. And this is why Bitcoin is very stable. And this is the question which Ethereum just need to solve. Maybe they will do it, but right now we couldn't know how will situation be in this part, in this case, because it is very interesting and very, you know, unprotectable how proof of stake can change the mining. And by the way, in Bitcoin it is impossible right now because Bitcoin doesn't support smart chains or something like this.
You know, I completely agree with you. There is a very fine line between regulating things so that there's some sort of stability versus actually putting a noose around the neck of innovation. And I think that's where governments need to get the right balance, right? I mean, in any conversation around mining, the big elephant, the big flying elephant in the room is always around environmental issues, which of course you touched upon. The fact at the end of the day is that a year of Bitcoin mining is the equivalent of the carbon footprint of Singapore. So the carbon footprint is exactly the same as a small country. Now, I mean, us at Impact Scope, we very much believe in just offsetting the carbon footprint so we can actually focus on the better conversations, the conversations around how blockchain is changing the world and all of the challenges and the problems it's solving. I guess my question to you is, what do you think is the responsibility or the opportunity for the mining community to start to change that narrative around sustainability?
So a lot of large-scale miners right now using just green energy, and this is, I think, the only one opportunity how to change this. Right now, if you want to trade your mining company on stock or if you want to be a public company, you need to be green. So this is why such region as Kazakhstan is not very developed. So electricity cost over there is rather cheap, but doesn't matter. The electricity there doesn't green. So investors don't move in this area.
You know, absolutely. If you look at, I don't know, is this still working? So if you look at even investors like BlackRock, right? So the CEO of BlackRock came out about, I think, 5 years ago and said that any companies that they now invest in, if they don't have an impact element, they would diversify or they would divest from those investments. So it is very important to most of the investment community to actually invest in projects that are stable or good for the environment. So I think it's very, very important within that ecosystem.
Mining, it is about money. So if people want to invest, they will do it. I understand the cheap money, it's more interesting for a lot of people. But you know, regulation in different countries can restrict this area, so it's fine. I truly believe then in future maybe Bitcoin will use only green energy, but right now it is rather impossible because on the market we have got a lot of countries such as Russia, Kazakhstan that use not a green and renewable energy. But if you look in Canada or United States, situation over there is rather good.
Things I think are changing. Even in Kazakhstan, there's more renewable energy options for mining now. But actually talking about Kazakhstan, let's talk about this for a second. So With the restrictions that came in from China, all of the mining operations moved to Kazakhstan. Then with the grid issues in Kazakhstan, they are now moving out. Who do you think is going to benefit from this? Is this where you see the United States benefiting the most?
You know, I think last year is a great migration of the miners because, yes, it starts in last year when China switched off the mining. So everyone moves in different areas, and Kazakhstan is the closest to China, so they host really big facilities. As I know, consumption of the Kazakhstan was approximately 4,000 megawatts, but it was gone in few months. And after the situation in the beginning of this year, when the government changed over there, the first step was to shut down all miners. So right now, mining facilities in Kazakhstan approximately don't work. And this is the problem, because as I think it's not about mining, this is about electricity and energetic question. And as for now, this is the question where we can use, where we can move our equipment or equipment of the miners. Because, for example, a lot of miners move their equipment from Kazakhstan to Russia. But right now, situation in Russia not very stable too. And I don't know. I think it's a little bit risky for investment. If we speak about United States, one of the most attractive region right now, and Canada. But not all of the miners can move there because, for example, they have got some questions with Chinese government. So United States with China not very good friends right now too. So this is the question, and I think right now is a good opportunity for a lot of small countries to build their own power plants or to use their own power plant. For example, good situation in Finland because they couldn't sell electricity in European Union because it's rather big distance over there, and also it can be very useful, for example, for UAE. And as I know, right now UAE developed some mining facilities in Abu Dhabi. So I think this can be a great step to make mining more decentralized, because right now approximately all facilities located in few regions, just in ex-Soviet Union countries like Kazakhstan and Russia, mostly in Russia right now, and in the United States. And I think this is the great opportunity how to decentralize Bitcoin network right now.
So what do you think are the top 5 countries who are the underdogs that can come in and take some of this
so
mining?
This is the question, you know, mining, it's not very like green and fancy business right now, because over here, one of the biggest mining player in the world, Iran, but you know, it is a question. So I think right now can be, new countries can be something like with new renewable energy, something like Ireland, something like Norway or Sweden. Also, right now, very interesting developing new mining facilities in Central Africa. For example, in Ethiopia, right now a lot of mining facilities built into, but they're in the progress on the development. But I think in the future, 1 or 2 years, the main player will be only United States, because they're cheap money, they're rather good investing climate, and also the market over there is very predictable.
I heard something really interesting at a panel a few weeks ago where someone said that they could predict mining being so important to different countries that an army would be protecting different mining farms. What do you think about this?
Can you repeat?
Yeah, so...
I'm sorry, because the speakers
Is it? Okay, thanks. So I heard on a mining panel a few weeks ago, someone speculate that in years to come, not very many years, they could see the future of mining being so important that there would be armies protecting different mining farms. Is this something that you can see happening?
I don't know. This is the rather difficult question, but I think the main issue, you couldn't predict the future. Who knows that China will cover the mining industry? Who can predict that Kazakhstan will grow in so far and they lose everything approximately for a few months? So this is a rather difficult question, and I don't know how to answer it. But I think all companies or all countries can just look around the world, can check and make their own research, know how they move and where they want to move. It's not about only mining. They can check energetic industry, they can check the business wealth in the country. So we have got a lot of options how to check it. And by the way, mining right now, stop and be the private mining. Right now it's only large-scale mining, and big miners become more bigger, and so this industry become not like cryptocurrency enthusiast like it was a few years ago. Right now, I was in Texas in cryptocurrency mining conference, and right now, you know, it is like a conference of just energetic guys. So one of them have got power plants, another one have got any consumption. So I think mining will be like the part of energetic complex, because it is very useful to use the rest of electricity consumption, for example, in power plants. So you don't need to waste it. So mining, it is a rather good option for a lot of companies right now. But you need to understand that the first step right now in the mining is rather high. And every year it's become more high and high and higher. For example, it's rather difficult to find equipment. It is difficult to find a power plant or mining farm right now. Because if you want to find something really interesting with a good electricity cost, with the good prices, with the good services, they will have got no place.
So I think at the moment, for the smaller miners, what they're doing is they're going out and sourcing cheap mining equipment from different places. So they're literally flying to places in China to pick up those mining pieces. Because if you go second or third hand, that's where mining equipment is super expensive. So the little guys are going out to find things from sources.
Doesn't matter. The little guys couldn't mine right now because, you know, try to imagine. For example, big companies have got big contracts with the power plants, so they can buy electricity cheaper. Also, they have got good contracts with the mining producers or factories, so they can take a big bunch and take a special terms for buying it. Also, they have got special terms with the pools, with the facilities, with the services, so they win in every step. And in every area, the big, large-scale mining will win private miners. So right now, I couldn't see how private miners can live, and I think in the future, so it's like, I don't know, production of everything. So we can compare facilities and, for example, some guy who make handmade things. So, you know, it is different industries. So, yeah, it is possible, but market will be in the large-scale miners.
Yeah, because of course, the bigger players will always have higher ROI, right? That's what it comes down to, return on investment and how quickly, how cheaply you're able to buy things at, which gives you a higher ROI.
So it depends on the model. But you need to choose to buy a new one, a brand new, or you want to take a used one. So it doesn't matter. As for regions, a lot of factories located in China, but right now we have got a huge market all around the world. So you can buy in United States, for example, right now in Kazakhstan, it is very cheap mining over there because, you know, everything is blocked and people trying to save their money and sell the equipment. So it doesn't matter where you look. I think it's more about Bitcoin rate, because when Bitcoin rate is high, equipment for cryptocurrency mining costs high too. But if you will buy it on the low market, the price will be rather good.
Yeah, that's interesting. But it's generally the same corporate model, right, that works across in every single industry. I want to go back to your point about circular economy. When you were talking about reutility of energy, so power plants and other spaces that are energy providers already, and how that can then refuel mining operations. How do you see that working, and are there specific energy providers which you would see being ahead of that game?
One more time, please.
We've got a really bad echo up here, haven't we? So the concept of circular economy, right, is to reuse whatever resources are in place. And you talked about energy providers then becoming bigger in the mining game because that energy that is spare or can be reutilized in some way, even if we think about CCUS, which is carbon capture, utilization, storage, that could then maybe be reused. In your circular economy model, how would you see that working as feeding back into mining?
So, a lot of companies have different options how to do it. So, and you can make decision case by case. So it's not like a cycle which you can repeat every time because, for example, while the market in Kazakhstan closed, it is a good opportunity to get in. But for example, when Bitcoin rate was more than 65,000, it was good to fix your profit. And for energetic company, the same situation. They understand these waves. So they don't pay, for example, for electricity because they need to utilize it. So they need to do something with it. And I think, so let's see how it will be.
Definitely. Do we have time
I think we have got no time.
I think we've been kicked off. Thank you so much, guys.
Thank you too. Thank you. Bye.
Very, very good. So, very nice discussion there with two very sharp minds. We're going to pivot into another very new and emerging sector within the digital asset space, which is the Metaverse. Metaverse is something which is even newer to the public consciousness and crypto scene than NFTs. The Metaverse is digital space. It is digital land, arenas where people can act with their digital assets, their NFTs, in an artistic, expressive manner. Digital land is very, very lucrative. One of the most prominent metaverses is something called Decentralized, where land is very, very finite. There's a fixed amount of land in Decentralized that you can buy, very similar to Bitcoin, where there is a finite number of Bitcoins. As such, we are seeing extremely high prices attributed to these lands. However, there is no limit to the amount of metaverses that can be created. There are many, many metaverses created based on the city of Dubai, for example, where you can own landmarks and buildings and streets, just like you can in the physical world. We're going to be joined now by Ilman Shazaev, founder and CEO of Farkana Metaverse, who is going to go into a lot more detail on what the metaverse is, why it is relevant, and how it is developing. Ilman.
Hi, thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Ilman. I am founder of the Farkana project. First of all, I want to start from my introduction of myself, my experience. And I'm not from the gaming industry. I'm more about entrepreneurship, IT entrepreneurship. So, and we're also in crypto mining around 6 years. And starting our journey with the first problem we see in the industry, we start from the main problem is that so many projects in so amazing industry, all of them is like how my amazing partner and advisor David say, is projects of the one candle. When companies raising their funds, investing a lot to the marketing, to the road show itself, but after the listing on exchange and the first candle, it goes down, and the early supporters, investors, they can withdraw, cash out, But how about the community, the millions, thousands of people who invested? And if after such experience you want them to believe that this project will recover and they will make money on this project again, it's very hard. So the idea was how we can solve this problem, because the start of this problem is starting in economy model itself, because all projects, especially in play-to-earn market, it's all about whatever you do, the activities in the project, all activities rewarding by token of the project. And this is the only currency. Even, yeah, there is a lot of NFTs, all this stuff, but the life cycle of the game, of the project is go down, so NFT price, token price also go down. And for sure, especially when the market, all the market prices and it's going down, the projects don't have budget to survive, the capitalization go down, people losing money, selling it all. So we created the new standard for this market. We call it play to hash, and Farcana will be the first project where this standard will be implemented. So the idea is simple. We are Metaverse, and in our Metaverse we are limited only with our imagination. Okay, this everyone knows, and this is the beauty of this industry. But to show this standard play to hash and show how stable it can be, we built a AAA quality battle royale mode shooter game where you can play as you play in any game like PUBG, Call of Duty, Dota. Everyone knows they have hundreds, millions of users, all these games. So we have similar game with similar quality, similar functionality, but the price of the game is not only the tokens, not only the NFTs. The price is Bitcoin. Again, how David say, our main marketing partner, Bitcoin itself. So what we did, we built Bitcoin mining data center, link it to our partners pool, Binance pool, and Binance pool have a function called watcher link. This watcher link we allocate in the game. So any user, anytime, just tap this watcher link and he can check this data center, how many miners it has, how many Bitcoins is mined before, how many it will mine today, tomorrow, and it's full transparent. And we allocate 3 types of tournaments. Just imagine you are playing a game like PUBG, Dota, but in our case it's Farcana game. But if you win, you can get Bitcoin, which is guaranteed, which is stable, and it's not finishing, never. Like as the Bitcoin existing, this reward is existing, the same time. So we have a daily tournament, we have monthly tournaments, and we have yearly tournaments. Daily tournaments, anyone can join, check it anytime, and in daily base, play, win, get it. But for monthly tournament and yearly tournaments, they can check anytime how the allocated pool is pulling up with Bitcoins. So today was 0.1, tomorrow it becomes 0.2, 3. In 30 days, all the players and citizens of our Metaverse, they know there will be the game, and one of them can get this Bitcoin in the 100% compatible conditions for everyone. So in this case, we are very democratic. So this model allowing buy a Farcana, invest to Farcana token, to NFT of the Farcanas, but you have less reasons to sell it, because once you hold it, anytime you can get the Bitcoin. So this is the beauty and idea of play-to-hash standard. And if we go further with this standard, the game is only the one case of implementation. But don't forget, we are Metaverse. So we start with the game, which is the best way to show and prove this concept, that it's working, it will build stable economy, and it will bring more community inside, and this community and players and citizens, they will feel so comfortable about their investments, the time they are spending there, the energy they are losing on this project. So, but after the game, we have concept to how we can bring business to this game, not only the community. And we built another concept called business to hash. You know, the ex-speaker, he also was mentioning about Bitcoin mining, that it's stable and it will be stable. I totally agree with him. It is like that. Because I'm in this business since 2015 almost. And I have been buying a lot of tokens, different projects, different companies, and the only one project, Bitcoin, yeah, I was in down and up, but if I take this all 6, 7 years of my experience, I made so many X's in this industry, especially in mining. So, and I know a lot of data centers, also mining companies, which is our partners, they also want to be part of some new transformation of this business itself. So, we create for them business to hash model, where they can integrate their own mining facilities through our API, buy NFT from us, build their digital twin factories in the game, and just allocate their hash rate in the game, which can allow users buy this hash rate by just holding the token of the project. That's it. You are a simple citizen. If you are today want to become a miner, you need at least $10,000 investment. It's not acceptable for everyone, right? But imagine if you come to the platform where all existing mining companies is there with their facilities, with their capacities, and you just come in the metaverse, okay? You come to their facility, you just swap your token, and hash rate just turn to you. Wherever you're holding this token, it's hash rate working for you. Whatever it's mining, coming direct to your wallet. And the entrance fee is so low, it can start from $100. So we create the most fast and efficient way to become a miner for Farcana Metaverse citizens. And how I told you, you can check here the watcher link, how it's working, where you can see the total hash rate. It's here. How many workers we have? Like around 2,400 workers. And if some of them active, you can see which one is active. It's someone under maintenance. You can see they are not active here. Here is today payouts, yesterday payouts, like the total payout, and the hash rate statistics you can check here anytime. So, and this will be available for anyone. We will do the public access for this one. And for sure, with more time you spend in the game and more activities you do, one moment. How I told you, all this cycle it's easy to understand to anyone because it's simple. You do your gaming activity, you play, leveraging real Bitcoin mining power, getting the prize pool, rewards, and this all circle is endless because you invest one time to the data center. You place it and it's work. Only the thing you do maintenance. That's it. So And all this standard allowing us to build strong economic model, which I was telling you when I started my pitch. And such models, we believe in Farcana that it will be the key model in the future. Because all of us, not all of us, but I believe minimum 50% of the audience of the summit, they see what happened in 2017, where it was so many amazing projects with huge ICO numbers and so many big plans, but most of them survived only maybe 10% or 50% of all of these projects. Today we are in the same time. Last year was so incredible for the whole industry, but Survive will be the only one who have strong economy and who have some real useful practical experience in the game. And for sure, when you have a guaranteed price pool and you have stable economy, native marketplace, stable native token, it will bring big number of community. It's so simple. The only thing, if we say, not in indirect language, if we say direct language is the biggest airdrop made ever in crypto, because you just allocated the Bitcoin hash rate and sharing all the Bitcoins it's mining. For sure it's interesting, because anyone can join and win this game. Like it can be some professional gamer, or it can be some guy who just joined the game, but his skills is good. It can be 10 years kid or 30 years old guy. Yeah, and the model itself, for sure, we have some gaming guildies partners in Farcana. It's the words from them, but not from even us. They say, yeah, this will attract the people. And we're not looking to attract the users. We are looking to give them the comfortable play to spend their time, money, and energy in some stable project. And moreover, if we going more further, when you have in your fundament a strong economic model where the company can have a good profit and the users can have good profit. If we talk about, it can be maybe from $200–300 to $1,000, $2,000 per month to anyone. It's just with the playing game. You don't need to carry some heavy bags or drive some, I don't know, delivery food, something like that. But you can just play and have bigger salary than you can have in the real life. So this is the idea. For sure, we also have free-to-earn mechanics there. In the Metaverse part is an open world where you can live, where you can spend your time. We'll bring their digital branch of some shops, companies, selling goods, all of this stuff. And the main idea to make this project one of the most integrated with real economy and real life, even its metaverse. And this idea started when we, the whole process going on the Mars. So it's metaverse, build it on the Mars planet. And we just take UAE send his satellite to the Mars, how everyone knows. UAE have a Mars program, which is very big and amazing. We just take the photos of the real Mars, which this satellite is made, designed our Mars from these pictures. So if you walking in Farcana Metaverse, it means you're walking in the same landscape which is existing on the real Mars planet. And for sure, the land sale, when we will do the land sale activity, in Q3. This guy, Arbi, he's a project manager. He will tell better than me. Q3, right, Arbi? Okay. So the idea also, we will take these pictures of the real Mars, put it in as an NFT. So when you are buying the NFT land sale in the Farcana, it's mean you're buying it's with a real picture of the Mars planet. So which we see amazing idea, and we love it. I believe you will too. So another thing which we are planning to do is, by the time of the developing it, we will start step by step. This year we talk only about the Battle Royale mode, the shooter game. Then we will bring the B2B model, how I told you about the mining data centers. And it's not limited with the only mining of Bitcoin. The model is very clear, and we will develop it to the, for example, the companies who have data centers of the, like simple servers, like Amazon Web or Google or Microsoft. The same model we can exist with traditional industry itself, not only the mining. And going further from the next step after this one, when you have community, when you have like everyone is happy with you, we will start our artificial intelligence part. And where I will not be ashamed to say that, but we are very strong in AI. This is true. And our amazing CTO, Dr. Dmitry, who is sitting, watching the phone there, this is the person who built so many AIs in his life and who analyzed so much data in his life. And I believe if we put this all data as something physical, it will fill up this Burj Khalifa easy. So the start of this AI part, it will be from data what we will take through our device, which can detect when in your playing time, it can detect your neuro signals from the brain. And when the player feeling some fear or he's exciting, little bit like me now, so we can detect him and we can learn from his behavior. And this data today is overlooked gold mine. But after 5 years, all the Metaverse projects, doesn't matter is related with crypto or not, they will run for this data. So we have already planned it, and for sure we will start it once we have the community, the big number of players. We are talking about number from 100,000 people and more. We'll start gain this data itself, which will allow us to make much better interaction, make it, if we today, to feel the metaverse, we need to wear the VR glasses. In the future, it will be just the simple glasses when we just sit and we can talk with each other, see the social profiles, like some information you want to show just by glasses, which is linked to your brain, just as a sticker. That's it. For sure, it's also we see as one of the biggest and the most potential direction to develop game after it's launched as after the play to hash. So thank you everyone for the time listening, and please follow up Farcana social media profiles in Telegram, Facebook, everywhere, Instagram as well. And we have already the game. It will be we have a mini game which is very pretty, and we will announce in our social media the time when we will start link the hash rate to this mini game. It's in Telegram. It's just a Telegram bot. You can join and you can play. It's a mini game, but it's the same concept which we are doing for the big game. But you can now join it, feel it, understand it, and get your Bitcoins. Thank you very much.
Okay, everyone, that was a great insight into one of the latest gaming projects within the Metaverse. In this room, there's going to be now a very, very special feature. If you've heard about what's happening in El Salvador, a revolutionary move by this nation to approve Bitcoin as legal tender. And in this room, we're going to be treated to the world premiere of a documentary outlining the thoughts behind doing this, the process, and all of the radical people involved in achieving this. It's called Bitcoin Beach to Bitcoin City, and the world premiere is now going to be shown in this room. Outside on the terrace, there is a DJ preparing for the after party, so please, if you prefer to watch the film, we'll see you here. If not, out on the terrace. Thank you very much for your participation at the event today. Big thank you to the organizer, Katerina, the yellow bucket hat again. Please, round of applause for Katerina. She's done an amazing job today and the days previously. And tomorrow as well, we'll have a full day of informative panels here at the WOW Summit again.
Things you never imagined are possible.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for staying. It is very important for me that you guys are here, and I get an opportunity to introduce myself, introduce our team that we're about to present you this movie. And the story began from us enthusiasts, Bitcoin enthusiasts, that decided to travel to El Salvador to see what is it like to live in the country that Bitcoin is a legal tender. We didn't know what we're going to be facing. We didn't know what we're going to be meeting, but we came and we wanted to capture this moment of time, this history, first country in the world that took Bitcoin and made it legal tender in their country. So it started off with a conference, then we traveled, then we went to the mining on the volcano, then we went to the president's party and after party, then we went and we saw the vice president. And all this we captured in this documentary that we're about to show, which is gonna tell you what is it really like to live in the country, not just dream about what Bitcoin could be used for, but to see the country firsthand. What is it like to be in the Uber and the hotel and pay with Bitcoin and receive it in the bank, receive it to your bank account, and it's legal and there's regulations and laws. So I think in just in a few moments you will see the documentary. Ilya Max is right here, the director producer, that if you ever need to have questions, if you wanted to know more about El Salvador, about the opportunities that opened up to all of us, that are mining opportunities, that are business opportunities, you can come talk to us because we will guide you. We were there for 3 weeks, maybe living and breathing this country and understanding what we can do there as Bitcoin community. So Alex Belov is another producer who is right now in Brazil and capturing other moments of time. And then but one more thing I wanted to mention before I leave and let you watch. And by the way, I remember all of you now who's here, if by the end of the movie you're not here, I'll be waiting outside and talking to you. So, but what I wanted to tell you is that Bitcoin, cryptocurrency, it is such a big part of our lives, and especially in this room. And being there and seeing it, how people that haven't been exposed to cryptocurrency before, and they were basically open up, and then they all had a wallet to download. They all had their phones. They didn't have a bank account before, and they could download and start using Bitcoin as a point of exchange, as money, from young to old. And this was beautiful. This was all, you know, hopefully this is the beginning. Hopefully this is the first country of many that will take cryptocurrency and make it legal and make it usable for everyone. So my name is Ksenia. I'm here. If you have any questions, if you wanted to speak more, but it's now encrypted documentary, El Salvador.
It was the moment the world changed. Well, that's not right. It was the moment somebody called Satoshi Nakamoto planted a time bomb in the foundation of the entire There were a few, though, who understood it and knew how to harness its power. Either way, the detonator was activated, and a chain reaction was set off. (2021). And after 12 years of existence and development, the first government in the world recognizes Bitcoin as an official payment method. Where, you may ask? El Salvador, a not very big and not exactly rich nation in Central America. Bold, stupid, reckless, or simply necessary? Few had managed to understand exactly what that meant and what would happen next. That's just what this film is all about.
The first countries that do this will have a massive advantage.
With the Bitcoin, with the cryptocurrency, with the blockchain, you have multiple opportunities to improve the life of our people.
Through this decision, through the Bitcoin law, in 2 months, we were able to actually allow 3 million people to access to the wallet, to be financially included.
We are here to change the world. We're here in El Salvador to change the world.
Governments that do not understand that Bitcoin is unstoppable will just be left behind in this innovation and the creation of the financial system.
We are ready to die on this hill. All of us are ready to die on this hill.
El Salvador is ready and is preparing to give this big jump to the future.
Let's rewind a bit. The history of El Salvador as a nation starts in 1839, and it's chock full of coups and wars. But the beginning of our story is the Civil War that ended in 1992.
50 years ago, Taiwan and El Salvador had the same GDP. 50 years ago. Something happened in the middle of the way. They became one of the biggest economies in the world, and we did not. We faced 15 years of war.
Desperate to escape the slaughter, hundreds of thousands of Salvadorans fled the country. Many of them ran to the stability and prosperity of the USA.
95% of the Salvadorians abroad are in the United States. They're located in California, all the eastern coast, in Virginia, Maryland, up in New York, Boston.
El Salvador was always closely linked to the U.S. economically. The lion's share of its exports went stateside. Furthermore, a lot of its GDP was made up of working Salvadorans sending money back home. El Salvador lay in ruins and was trying to get back on its feet from the devastation of civil war. In light of this, money transfers from fellow countrymen were a breath of fresh air for a collapsed economy.
We have almost 3 million Salvadorians living in the United States, and the remittances was one of the first lines to our economy.
A steady stream of American dollars flowed into the country. By 2002, 85% of all deals in El Salvador were done in dollars. What's more, the population kept its savings predominantly in dollars. After all, it was far less vulnerable to inflation than their own national currency, while the small country was still rebuilding itself post-war. In 2004, El Salvador officially took its currency, the Coolant, out of circulation. In its place, since 2001, the greenback has been recognized as the official legal tender. This allowed the cutting of interest rates and an increase in lending. More importantly, though, transaction costs dropped, and there was no longer a need to convert money, something that really helped people's incomes.
It was hard at the beginning when people was using colones and dollars and the changes. So the government at that time, they decided to take off from the economy all the colones and stock them in the central bank. But they're still there and they're valid.
The government had expected the dollar's replacement of the Coolant to trigger an influx of foreign investment. However, despite the slight increase in GDP and falling inflation, that anticipated investment from abroad didn't materialize. In fact, it fell by half, and the economy on average grew only 2% annually. Experts identified two reasons: a lack of good governance in the country and the high crime rate.
From 1980s, 90s, we came from a war, and that inherited a violent country. And none of the governments that actually run this country actually cared about the security issue, because actually, once it rose, it became the most lucrative business for them, for the political class. It was normal for a Salvadoran to see news every day, 20 to 30 people killed by gun violence. And that was normal. I grew up like that. For 30 years, we've been facing the same problem from violence. But we know right now, in the past 2 years, we've changed our country a lot, specifically regarding the violence situation.
Despite the dollarization, El Salvador's main problems remained unsolved. And only a few years later, those problems hit the entire world. 2008 is often considered the start of the global financial crisis, because that's when Lehman Brothers, one of the biggest investment banks in the US, folded, declaring bankruptcy. However, this was just the tip of the iceberg. The crisis started back in August 2007, when central banks were forced to take on financial obligations in order to guarantee the liquidity of the banking system. Look at the fate of Lehman Brothers, and you'll understand what happened with this liquidity. The volume of approved mortgage loans exceeded the company's capital 30 times over. In a situation like this, and in such a risky market, property prices dropping even a few percentage points would strip the bank of all its capital, which is exactly what happened at the start of the mortgage crisis.
Well, the banks, they always get the client's money. It's controlled by them. They control the market. They control whatever they want to do it. And they are trying to sell loans, cheap loans, and the client's going to be paying those loans forever.
The fallout from the subprime mortgage crisis was felt in a number of other areas. It became clear, yet again, how fragile both the global economy and the economies of individual nations were. That's when Bitcoin came on the scene.
The banks want to control the entire financial system. Now they have a good competitor. And that competitor, for sure, we're going to put them on their position.
2008, the crypto newsletter The Cryptography Mailing List published a white paper filled with details about a decentralized payment system. Its main feature was the P2P protocol, the exclusion of third parties from any deal. Also worth mentioning, cryptographic encryption, irreversibility of transfers, and lack of centralized control. Everything was in the hands of users. The author of the document, whom no one paid much attention to at the start, was Satoshi Nakamoto. A few months later, the network was created and the first version of Bitcoin was released. In the beginning, Bitcoin only drew in a few enthusiasts. Then Satoshi Nakamoto, whoever he was, added the functionality of a forum to his site. Over time, this attracted other developers to the project. All the while, Satoshi remained anonymous. One of the forum's participants was the developer Gavin Andresen. In correspondence, he referred to Satoshi as a gatekeeper, meaning that all Bitcoin code and all changes had to go through Satoshi. Even when Andresen was later granted access, the final decisions were still ultimately taken by Nakamoto himself, with explanations rarely given. Increasingly, the young but nonetheless growing community began to butt heads with the Bitcoin creator. The final straw centered around WikiLeaks. PayPal and global banks had blacklisted the organization. In response, a number of users suggested supporting WikiLeaks by means of Bitcoin. Satoshi, perhaps concerned with keeping his identity under wraps as well as the possible fallout, wrote,
"It would have been nice to get this attention in any other context. WikiLeaks has kicked the hornet's nest, and the swarm is headed towards us."
Then an official announcement on the forum was blocked. Collectively, this became the reason for accusing the Bitcoin founder of censorship.
What he's doing is censorship, just like any other.
Yeah, Satoshi basically needs to be removed from leadership.
The very next day, December 13th, 2010, the 0.3.19 version dropped. It turned out to be Satoshi Nakamoto's last. He personally deleted his name from the copyright statement and handed over a copy of the crypto key for Bitcoin's network alert system to Andresen, then disappeared. To this day, we don't know who founded Bitcoin. Satoshi Nakamoto may be a real name, a pseudonym, or the name of a whole group of developers. However, what we do know is that cryptocurrency changed our perception of payment methods, of investments, and of money as a whole. At first, few believed in Bitcoin. Perhaps not a surprise, given how even now the majority of people raise their eyebrows when they hear about cryptocurrencies, their development, influence, and especially their market capitalization. Even politicians, economists, and financiers are skeptical about crypto as a worthwhile asset or payment method.
Yeah, we've seen it mainly in the news or in Twitter, where some of these entities, world entities, actually show some wariness about the decisions we take here, specifically with the Bitcoin law. But we're still, letting them know all the benefits that this will bring to our people. So that's our part. That's what we tell them. Like, look at all these benefits. Right now, from the profits of Bitcoin, we're building the first veterinary hospital from Bitcoin profits, and also 20 schools. And that's good for the people. It's money our country didn't have before. And it's money that is actually happening and is making good things for us.
Well, Bitcoin did not come to El Salvador from nowhere. There is always somebody who pushes an idea forward, even among typically cautious and measured politicians. And that somebody, for El Salvador, was this guy.
Bitcoin is going to change the world. It has already changed it, but it's going to change even more. So it's just not a good or cool, a nice idea. It's the evolution of humankind. So we're going there. And you can't stop evolution. No, it just can't. It just happens. But it's nicer if we are part of it. So it's nicer if we push it a little. And I think we can make it even better. And we can push the future even forward.
He's young, eccentric, and daring. Sometimes he acts tough, and sometimes he simply trolls his opponents on Twitter. He enjoys popular support and has succeeded in winning his party a parliamentary majority. He calls himself the coolest dictator and CEO of El Salvador. He is El Presidente, Nayib Bukele. Nayib was born to the family of an entrepreneur. He picked up a lot from his father, and at just 18 years old, having dropped out of university, he began to run the family business. In 2012, at the age of 30, Nayib became the head of the Nuevo Cuscatlán municipality, and so began his political career. A short 3 years later, he was elected the capital's mayor. In both roles, he developed the region's economies, investing in both urbanization and new technologies. However, in 2017, he was chased out of the FMLN party following a disagreement. It's important to note that in all the years since the Civil War ended, only 2 parties had managed to get their candidates elected to the highest office: the left-leaning FMLN and the right-wing ARENA. Since El Salvador is a presidential republic, whoever sits in the president's chair is boss. Despite attempts by both the right and left to block Bukele from founding his own party, he led an FMLN breakaway group to join the Ghana Party. Then he ran for president. So it came to be that in 2019, El Salvador, for the first time in its post-war era, was headed up by a president from a new party.
4 ex-presidents in jail, others in exile, because they stole the money that belonged to the people. Money that had to be used to build schools, hospitals, roads, education, security. And that's what happened. We inherited a country that was savaged by all this political corruption, and that's what our president has been facing.
Inside the country, Bukele declared a war on corruption and was determined to raise living standards. Fighting crime was also at the top of the agenda, and here's where things get controversial.
Over the past 2 years, El Salvador crime rate has dropped. I mean, we're here in Panchimalco, you know, it's a clear example. It used to be considered one of these hotspots for homicide, for gang activities, and now it just basically, it's none. Now we feel very safe. I have 2 boys, one is 15 and the other one is 16, and they feel safe to travel on public transportation.
In February 2020, Parliament delayed its decision on the president's proposed plan to equip the military and police with more modern technology and weapons. In response, armed security forces backed by Bukele stormed the parliament, demanding that the deputies approve the plan. What this says about the president, you can decide for yourself. Undoubtedly, though, the most controversial decision taken by Bukele was that famous recognition of Bitcoin as legal tender alongside the US dollar. This move even sparked protests, both by the opposition in parliament and on the streets.
Free country. They can protest, they can, burn ATMs, fine. They have insurance. Yeah, you can burn all of them. Don't worry.
The reasons behind this decision were the same as those behind bringing in the dollar: cutting transaction costs and trying to boost investment. However, unlike fiat currencies, Bitcoin acts as an investment vehicle with huge potential for further growth, despite its high volatility.
Well, volatility is always a risk, but volatility on its own cannot be considered. So you have to compare volatility to the expected return. And if you look at the last 10 years, the expected return taken into the account, the volatility is a lot higher than on many other instruments like equities and fixed income.
But if you invest in $5 in Bitcoin, someday it's going to be worth $6. I can't tell you it's going to be worth $6 tomorrow or next month or next year, but almost everyone that bought Bitcoin at some point has a little bit more value in their pocket.
You may be asking the question now, why? Why do all these people say Bitcoin is on its way up? Well, there's a key difference between Bitcoin and fiat currencies. It has a limited supply of 21 million Bitcoins total. Eventually, new Bitcoins will just stop being produced. but the demand is not about to stop growing, and interest is only increasing. This isn't financial advice, but what do you think happens to the price of an asset when the supply is limited, but the demand is unlimited? Just for comparison, in 2020 alone, the U.S. printed a quarter of all dollars that have ever existed since the country's founding. Just imagine what the real inflation rate is.
You know, the debt ratios, the excessive printing of money, and it's not just a problem in the U.S., this is a global problem, you know, with the exception of a few places like El Salvador that didn't have the ability to issue currency, which is why El Salvador was well positioned to lead and be the first mover in adopting this new technology.
The recognition of Bitcoin is also an attempt to give people a convenient means of payment, since many Salvadorans don't even have bank accounts. Additionally, there's no cost for maintaining a crypto wallet. As long as you have even the cheapest smartphone, you can download the government's cryptocurrency app. In fact, the government's gifting each citizen a welcome bonus of $30 in Bitcoin.
Our wallet is designed to have two balances, one in US dollars and the other one in Bitcoin. If you want to have your money in Bitcoin, that's fine, and you want to spend it in Bitcoin, that's fine. If you want to have it in dollars, you can keep it in dollars.
It is mandatory that all the operation on Bitcoin should be accepted. The buyers and the sellers, they can deal and make the deal on Bitcoin.
So we created a fund through the Bitcoin law that will grant the Chivo wallet enough funds in US dollars to cover the price and the volatility and the conversion, right?
Despite the short time frame and initial skepticism, it worked out. Already more people have Chivo, the government's cryptocurrency wallet, than traditional bank accounts.
From the beginning, because that was a reality too, that's not too many people, basically elder people or people living in the rural areas, they couldn't use it and they couldn't download the application.
So the same law gave us the time for 3 months to actually build the whole ecosystem, the wallet, the protocols, how to share it with people, everything, to build the whole ecosystem in 3 months. And it was possible. El Salvador received $5,000 million in remittances every year. For you to be able to send those remittances from the United States to El Salvador, you have to pay 20% in fees to Western Union, RIA, and other companies. And that's 20% of money that you don't have in your pocket, right? But if you use the Chivo wallet, you don't have to pay any fee.
It's estimated that introducing Bitcoin in El Salvador could cost money providers like Western Union up to $400 million a year, and that's just a start.
People chose us to be brave, to make decisions that will actually benefit their lives. We are a sovereign country, and we will keep it that way. And our decisions are for our people, not in terms of someone else's business. We want to impact positively people's lives. And if that's going to hurt someone's business, well, I'm sorry.
One specific example shows just how much Bitcoin changes the rules of the game. On November 22, 2021, the network saw a transaction to the tune of almost $870 million. The transaction cost? Just 97 cents. If Bukele's plan works, money will start flowing into El Salvador. Already, foreign investors have been relieved of a whole series of taxes, and for an investment of just 3 Bitcoins, they're being promised residency status.
Our economy right now is growing at a 10%. It used to grow at a 2%. So I think we're actually managing to get our country into the position we want, which is actually a place to be comfortable for investors. We have a very good investing climate here. It's one of the countries that requires the less paperwork, and that's actually pretty good for investors.
We're giving them our residency. They can become Salvadorians and make business as Salvadorians too. So, you know, each day the economic cabinet are improving it and giving a lot of incentives. These companies to come. We want to build clusters, so we're going to give them all the facilities and, of course, incentives.
El Salvador can give you a 30% income tax exemption, municipal tax exemptions, and you can have 0 import taxes on the machinery and equipment you're going to use for the incentivized activity. All of these do not have a time limit. You can have this benefit for as long as you have operations in the country.
Of course, bypassing the transfer commission is a key selling point. In order to help its citizens, El Salvador has begun putting Chivo ATMs not only on its own soil, but also in its consulates throughout the U.S. Pretty brazen, don't you think?
Other people in the government started saying, you know, Eric, how many Bitcoin ATMs are you going to bring? Are you going to bring enough? I was like, enough for what? Like, we're going to bring like 20, because that's about how big this country is, and people will drive, you know, an hour to go see a Bitcoin ATM. And they're like, no, that's not going to do it for us. We're going to need more ATMs.
Right now in El Salvador, you can pay in crypto in many places. Yes, sometimes you have to wait while the employee comes to grips with what to do and where to click, and Bitcoin hasn't yet reached everywhere yet. For example, our film crew were the first people ever to pay via Bitcoin in a shop in an El Salvador mall. Now, that might seem insignificant, but actually, it's history in the making.
You know, I shop from like restaurants to stores, and all I use is crypto money or Bitcoins. In fact, I have many of my clients that are paying me now with Bitcoins, and that makes me very happy.
Yeah, some do, some are afraid, but some do. The smarter do, I feel. It's just getting more and more normal. Like people just use it, and like people come and ask if they can pay in Bitcoin, so it means that if they want to grow or if they get your money.
It's a really nice option for not using cash, for not using debit or credit card every time. It gives me the option to invest in BTC. I want to use it, I come to the cash machine and cash it out.
Most importantly, though, El Salvador is setting a precedent. The country is a member of the UN, the WTO, and other international organizations. That means it pays membership fees, and it's probably only a matter of time before Bukele suggests paying those fees in Bitcoin.
I see that several countries are now watching El Salvador. I use this concept of the lighthouse, yes. It's like a light that touches everyone, yes, countries near and far. But it's also like a focus point where you go to, and you want to see what's happening down there.
No one's ever had quality financial products in El Salvador. 20 years after they dollarized. 20 years of having PayPal exist, but you can't connect it to your bank accounts. That is a complete failing of Peter Thiel and Elon Musk to solve anyone's financial problem here in El Salvador. This has been completely forgotten by all of the fintech companies and by the rest of the world. And I think that is an absolute shame. And I'm so happy that Bitcoin can begin to bring financial sovereignty to the people of El Salvador.
That said, there is another side of the coin to the decision of the Salvadoran government. On top of decentralization and volatility, there's one other very serious problem: crime.
We are committed to helping El Salvador in numerous ways, including for currency transparency and regulatory processes. While the government did approach us for assistance on Bitcoin, this is not something the World Bank can support, given the environmental and transparency shortcomings.
It's a lie, because less than 1% of fraudulent or criminal transactions are Bitcoin. In fact, because all the transactions are on a public ledger, it's the worst thing any criminal could use to engage in fraudulent activity. It's anti-criminal use. It dissuades criminals from using it. The World Bank is just outright lying, and data proves it. They're just talking complete bullshit. There's no data to support what they're saying. They're just lying.
Those companies and those banks who used to be the intermediates and charge fees for commission, they're not happy with that. So it will be a strong opposition. And they try to create a sort of black legend. They said, okay, you know, this will open the avenues for the narco traffic or for money laundering, all this stuff.
The World Bank, and not very subtly, is hinting that Bitcoin might be used for money laundering since there's little transparency to the transactions. There's little doubt that Bitcoin also consumes a huge amount of electricity, which, given the traditional means of getting this energy, is not very eco-friendly. In El Salvador, they fixed this problem with the help of emission-free volcanic power stations. As for transparency, well, Bitcoin's transparency is what global financial experts have doubts about, and it's the very reason why officially many are now refusing El Salvador help. And we have to admit that, in a sense, concerns over the criminal use of Bitcoin might be true, or more accurately, they were true almost 10 years ago.
First use cases of Bitcoin that were, really put in practice, it was the dark web, where people could buy, drugs and weapons all over the world in a way that couldn't be tracked at the time. And that was a huge part of the market. But what that did, it did prove, in an academic sense, the use case. Bitcoin was useful. It wasn't magic fairy internet money. People were transacting in it. It had value. Today, for criminals to use Bitcoin wouldn't make any sense, to be frank. Bitcoin is entirely trackable. Back in those days, back in 2012, 2013, the trackability was not as well known. There was a lot of people that didn't actually understand how it was tracked, and also law enforcement agencies didn't quite understand how the tracking worked. Now that is all very clear.
The point is that any Bitcoin transaction can be reviewed by absolutely any person. The journey of any random coin can be tracked from the very moment of its creation. You know what really can't be tracked? Cash.
The money that's used by criminals and money launderers is fiat money. And until we get rid of fiat money, we're not going to solve the problem of money laundering, offshore wealth, and criminal use of fiat money. We need to get rid of the fiat money. And so you get rid of most of all money laundering and criminal behavior.
Let's just remind ourselves of the two latest leaks about offshore accounts and money laundering, the Panama and Pandora Papers. In each case, at least tens of billions of dollars were withdrawn, laundered, and hidden. What made it possible? The whole offshore system is regulated exclusively by global and national legislation of various countries, by the financial system itself.
Any centralized organization is either corrupt or becoming corrupt. Will become corrupt. Centralization is corrupting.
But blockchain technology, starting with Bitcoin, has something to say about that. Decentralized autonomous organizations governed by their users and members are gunning to replace centralized organizations. Funds, banks, services, sure, they might be relatively low profile at the moment, but then again, wasn't that the case with Bitcoin at the start? Now its capitalization stands at more than $1 trillion. Why, though? Why is crypto beginning to squeeze traditional instruments? Consider this. When you have your money in a bank, it could be frozen or transferred somewhere just by a manager's decision or the government's order to confiscate it. For some, of course, perfectly justifiable reason. But Bitcoin doesn't have any central regulator to mess things up. Your money is always with you, and everyone in the network can see and prove that you are the actual owner.
I think that Bitcoin is about financial sovereignty. It is not about getting strangely rich and buying a Lamborghini. And I hope that people, understand that. This is about financial sovereignty and having access to quality financial products.
Now, I am my own bank. I will decide what to do with the money. And most important, if I'm not happy with the actual president, if I'm not happy with the country, okay, I'll pack my bags, get my wallet with Bitcoin, fly to El Salvador, sit on the beach, and enjoy. With money, with cash in the bank, you cannot do that.
Unconfiscatable asset humans have ever owned, which is one of the reasons why it tends to always go up in price. Unconfiscatability is critical. My family came from the Soviet Union, including myself, And when we were allowed to leave, we could only leave with $100 worth of value per family member. No matter how much money you had, the government got to keep all of it, and you could only leave and start a new life with $100 per person. Bitcoin will absolutely change all that.
Well, the USSR and its main heir, Russia, are real-world cases of what could happen with your fiat. In the early 90s, when this newborn country was passing from a planned to a market economy, so-called shock therapy took place. As a result, the purchasing power of people's savings fell 98%. Later on, there was even a law passed that obligated the government to pay those savings back. But people are still waiting. And to be honest, even in the US, you don't really own your money. Not even the government does.
Before 1913, you did not have the Federal Reserve. You had two previous attempts. One was called the First Bank of the United States, and that got shut down. And the second one was the Second Bank of the United States. These were all Rothschild creations. And the third attempt of it, instead of calling it the third bank, they decided to call it the Federal Reserve. So it didn't sound like it was another Rothschild bank, but most people do not realize that the Federal Reserve is neither federal nor it's a reserve. It's basically a private bank that lends money to the United States, and that your dollars are debt. And most people do not understand that. Most people think that the Federal Reserve is part of the United States government, and it's not, because the person is appointed by the president. And that is one of the biggest Houdini moves of all time.
The dollar is the global reserve currency. You'll need it if you want to buy something on the international market. That essentially means that everyone needs the dollar. And since 1971, when the convertibility of dollars into gold was severed, every year the same thing happens again and again. The U.S. Congress, after heated debate, always delaying its decision, ends up approving the increase of the government debt ceiling. It's not surprising, therefore, that the American establishment sees Bitcoin as a threat. Hillary Clinton says that Bitcoin threatens to depose the dollar as the reserve currency. The head of the Federal Reserve in the U.S. declared that Bitcoin is a competitor to the banking system. And of course, the United States did not really like El Salvador's decisions on Bitcoin. So, some senators introduced legislation to, quote, mitigate the risks of El Salvador's adoption of Bitcoin. That essentially means preventing El Salvador or other countries from further use of cryptocurrencies because, quote unquote, this new policy has the potential to weaken U.S. sanctions policy and undermines U.S. interests. Well, Bukele shot back, calling the U.S. senators boomers and insisting El Salvador is not an American colony.
The best proof that democracy could work worldwide is Bitcoin, because in a way, it's a democratization of the financial system that so far has been controlled by the central banks in the different countries. And as internet democratized the knowledge, and everybody now we have access, for instance, to the British encyclopedia that was sort of 30 books that were very expensive to have it. Now you can have it just clicking on one of the, the navigators, and you get access to any kind of knowledge. So as internet democratized the knowledge, I hope that Bitcoin and the cryptocurrency will democratize the financial system worldwide.
Democracy is about people, and it's not only about power, it's also about support. And actually, this is really an important moment. The whole Bitcoin story in El Salvador started not with fighting banks, but with ordinary people's support. It all started here, in El Zonte, a small village on the Pacific coast. The place is not rich. On the contrary, it's pretty poor. The only ways for locals to raise some money are surfing for tourists, some cafes, and small hotels. And they did not have investment to build perfect infrastructure, given the country's problems in the past. But at the same time, this place is beautiful. Clean ocean and big waves attract surfing lovers here. And among them was one man who decided to do something, a Californian named Mike Peterson. It all started with raising funds for helping local children get to school, which was almost impossible for them. Here there was no such thing as a school bus, and few villagers could afford a car. After years of Mike Peterson supporting the locals, in 2019 an anonymous donor reached out to him and offered huge Bitcoin donations. Peterson agreed and started to pay local children with Bitcoin for picking up trash. Then, when the pandemic hit and there was a lack of tourists, which obviously was killing local businesses, he started supporting hundreds of families with small monthly Bitcoin transfers. But to make it work at its fullest, he needed to spread Bitcoin so it could be used here as a payment method. And here comes this man, Jorge Valenzuela, who was working in El Zonte with Peterson. He convinced his mother to accept Bitcoin in her local shop. She was the first, and helped to include others in the Bitcoin ecosystem. This is how the famous Bitcoin Beach was born, and it's not the name of a place, even though many people think it is. Bitcoin Beach is an app with a wallet and an organization founded by Mike Peterson to easily access Bitcoin opportunities here in El Zonte, a convenient solution to improve people's lives. And now one may ask, why would these people decide to do all this? And why did they not trade Bitcoin for something else? Well, let's just let Mike Peterson speak for himself.
As you have kids growing up without their parents, so they're much more susceptible to the gangs because their parents are in the US trying to provide for them, but meanwhile, the gangs become their family. And so we saw this cycle of destruction. As the kids would enter the gangs, there'd be less economic opportunity, and so more parents would have to leave. And you saw that in this endless cycle. But we're really seeing that change now. I mean, the last few years, it's just been amazing as I talk to the young people in El Zonte who are dreaming for the first time in their life, who are thinking about deferring gratification and not spending the money they have because they feel for the first time they can invest it in something that'll be worth more in the future, where in the past they felt like, well, I better spend it now because everything's just going up in price. Now they feel like I can actually invest. I can one day open my own business. I can now start working for international companies without having to leave El Salvador, instead of having to go to the US and work as a construction laborer or as a dishwasher at the bottom of the pyramid. Now they can work in the tech sector, living in beautiful El Salvador, living in this beautiful weather, and building a future.
So, perhaps seeing a good example of how Bitcoin can impact people's lives in a small village, Nayib Bukele decided to spread it all over the country. And that's not all. He clearly decided to take over the world of cryptocurrency. To that end, he's announced the construction of the world's first Bitcoin city.
When Alexander the Great was conquering the world, they established these Alexandrias. But the idea behind it was these Alexandrias be like the beacons of hope for the rest of the world. That all of the world could be like that. You know, if you want Bitcoin to spread all over the world, we should build some Alexandrias, right? So I thought, we should build the first Alexandria here in El Salvador. So we were thinking of building Bitcoin City.
This is truly historical footage, because regardless of what comes of the city in the end, that announcement by Nayib Bukele will be a milestone for future historians. So we might even have managed to capture a snapshot from future school textbooks.
It's not just about Bitcoin City, the vision is bigger. I think creating the FOMO among nation states in adopting Bitcoin was also another great idea that we heard yesterday.
I'm a crypto diehard fan, so I really like the fact that we have a president that's strong enough to push this initiative forward. I think more and more will follow his example. I think that's a great development, and I think we will see this industry developing in El Salvador much more actively than in other places. And we probably will see as a secondary effect that the economy there will become much stronger over the next few years. So I think that's going to happen. So I think it's fantastic to see that. And we want to be supportive in every way. So given the favorable stance that crypto enjoys in El Salvador, we definitely want to make heavy investments there.
We have a seaport, one of the most modern seaports in the Pacific area, which is Gulf of Fonseca and the seaport La Union, and then the railroad from the Pacific area. So all these big projects makes sense that the Bitcoin city should be placed in that region, because it will be the new center, not only for El Salvador, but for the whole region of Central America, because it will be placed in one of the most beautiful places on earth, which is the Fonseca Gulf. You will have a mayor, you will have, all the legal framework to deal with, the legal operation.
But we'll have zero income tax, zero capital gains tax, zero property tax, zero payroll tax, zero municipal taxes, and zero CO2 emissions. And it's energized by a volcano. So that's Bitcoin City, everybody.
The only tax in the city of the future will be 10% VAT. From this, the whole municipal and social structure will be fed. The logical question that follows then, where is the money coming from now? The answer is simple: investments.
This is a very historic moment. We're going to be issuing Bitcoin bonds. So this is going to make El Salvador the financial center of the world. This is a big first step.
Nayib Bukele decided to turn his country into the world's crypto center, pushing aside other, more cautious contenders for this title.
The future is now in the present. We are changing the world, and we are doing here from El Salvador, and we are doing now. So that means that there is this willingness to serve as an example for the rest of the world. Probably my eyes won't see it, but yours, overall, young people, and the new generation will live in my country in the first big city built in the history.
What they've conceived in El Salvador really does resemble utopia, an epic adventure, or even a revolution. Nayib Bukele is playing a dangerous game. In an attempt to drag his country out of crisis and stagnation, he threw down the gauntlet to the world of crime and the global financial system. In both these networks, there are very unique people. What will their final reaction be to the Salvadoran move, and how will this game end? Can El Salvador withstand the pressure and handle such an ambitious project? And how will Bitcoin change the future of the next generations of Salvadorans? These are questions that only time will be able to answer. At any rate, the detonator did its job. All that's left now is to understand the scale of the explosion.
I would just invite you, as you hear people bring up the problems, as they point out the mistakes that will inevitably be made along the way, don't lose sight of this bigger picture of the young people of this country having hope for the first time, and those animal spirits that are necessary for real economic development. Those are rising to the surface.